All right, hello everybody. Hi, welcome to an episode, another day of Nerds with Dice. This is a full plates, full hearts event. We are raising money for Feeding America, and you can find the donation link in the chat. There are also links to our merch, our YouTube, Discord can also be found here in chat. My name is Crimson Soul. I am your GM, and today we are on our last episode of our Wild West Call of Cthulhu game, like you were never here. We're going to start off introducing our characters. Let's go with you, Chanelise.
Hi, my name is Chanelise. I use she, they pronouns. Oh, forgot to say it. The Lise rhymes with cheese. Very important. Chanelise rhymes with cheese. And today I will be playing Sally Hayes,
Jeez.
who, who uses she, her pronouns.
All right, and let's move on to Adi. Who are you playing today?
Hello, people of the internet. I am Adi MK. I will be playing Kalki Iyengar, she, her. Um, hi. Hi. Hi.
All right, and finally, Oz. Take us home.
Anyway, hi everyone. I'm Oz, and I am playing a character called Johnny Hart, who's kind of like a. You can just imagine Keanu Reeves wearing a cowboy outfit. He's entertainer. He's the piano player, and he's pretty good with a gun, but not that experienced at actually shooting people.
Uh,
All right. Okay. So back to Crimson.
All right. So where we last left off. Actually, I guess we'll just do a little quick recap of what happened last week. So last week we found out that the bustling area in town where we had met at the start of this game that everyone pops in, formerly known as Jesse's, had suddenly changed names. Alistair's, the same name as the rich man who was boasting about his fight with a lion in the middle of the Sahara, um, with a singular claw mark across his forearm. Nonetheless, um, that he had apparently taken over it or that he had owned it the whole time. In fact, no one knew what we were talking about when we mentioned Jesse's. Kalki had even started to forget herself that had been named Jesse's previously, and I was thinking, yes, it's always been Alistair's. After a few interactions with after a few interactions with a monster or a creature of some kind that we couldn't see, couldn't remember, but could definitely induce fear within us, we were able to make our way downtown. We were able to make our way to the make sure I remember correctly. We were able to make our way over to one of the safe houses where Sammy was hiding. Sammy was in a rush gathering things together. It turned out that his dad had. Sorry, that's actually out of order. We went to. Sorry, my bad. We went to to Alistair's. On the way over to Alistair's, Kalki had a run-in with a creature that she couldn't remember. All that she could remember at the end of having run into it, all that where she came back was holding her gun, which was smoking out the end of the barrel. Sally made her way over to Alistair's and saw an upset Sammy outside who was being pulled back by his friends to stop him from doing something in public. And as he was being pulled back, we ran into Johnny Hart, who was previously the piano player at Alistair's, who was also one of the few people who could remember that it had been Jesse's this whole time. After a brief conversation, they went back to find Kalki, and they had a few more run-ins with this monster who they can't quite see. Uh, they decided to check behind Alistair's to see if they could get more information about what was going on, and they ran into the half-eaten corpse of Jesse, the former owner of the establishment. After slipping and covering and Oz covering himself in blood, they made their way back to the Pinkertons, and they gave out what relevant information they could, clean themselves up, and met again the next day. They found out that Sammy hadn't come into work. They met with Sammy, found out that Sammy's dad was previously Jesse. However, he had information that he tried to tell them, and they literally could not hold it within their head. The more they tried to hear it, the more it just sounded like silence. We eventually followed after him in his violent attempt to try to murder Alistair, and he succeeded. But right as he succeeded and he was being pulled away in handcuffs, a creature that we can finally see now descended from the sky with it was a singular green eye. It was a long, scaled, worm-like body with sharp, rotted wings flying through the air. It shot tendrils into Jessie, looking like it was about to do something. And as it did, Kalki pulled out her rifle and put a shot right into it. It let out a scream as it flew away. However, Jesse was bleeding out at that moment from his injury, and it looked as if Kalki was the one who had shot him. At that moment, someone climbed up the ladder for to get onto the roof they were on. Is like, cool, yes, you could see it. We have to leave now, and that is where we pick up. So hang on one second. I think that's where we pick up. Let me make sure I'm not. I've written descriptions for people. I'd like to make sure that I can continue to use them correctly. So it's Sally and Kalki who are on the roof. You just shot at the creature that was trying to kill Sammy, that did kill Sammy. You look down at the pandemonium on the ground. There are a couple of police officers that look to be trying to shake him to hold their hands on top of the wound. There's a lot of blood. There's screaming, and everyone's trying to figure out what's going on. As a couple people looking up your way.
Jesus, please don't let me stop you.
And so at this moment, someone climbs up the ladder. Behind you, you see a black woman, somewhere maybe in her 40s, with a long braid that comes down around her shoulder. She is, she's just kind of in like regular like general household attire. She has like a leather vest and like a longer kind of dress. As she's coming up, she's got like, you can hear the thunk of boots as she's climbing up. She goes, "We have to leave. We have to leave now."
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
let's go, Kalki. Let's go. Sally.
She'll put the rifle away and like accompany.
Mhm. And so, Oz, remind me, where were you when this happened?
So when this was happening, Johnny was making his way into the office just to, he was just wanted to see what's going on in there, and he's just walking in confidently, like he belongs there.
Okay. While
Like
that,
the office is where the body of the Alistair is. Right. That's why he's going there.
yeah, I want to say that Alistair started to make his way out. He was at the threshold of the new wall, of the new hole in the wall, courtesy of our friend Sammy, where he was shot and he lay dead, laying forward after having gotten shot on his stomach, hand outstretched, and a streak of blood extending from his hand out, like just kind of forward. Um, what was your reaction when you saw the creature and then you saw Sammy fall?
Me,
Mm,
um, uh, well, I was definitely startled and I'm confused. I'm looking back at that, wondering what the hell is going on. And uh, for for once in his life, Johnny doesn't have an immediate reaction. He's a little frozen.
mhm. So I'm going to, I would say that so the woman hits the ground off the ladder, and the two of you, Sally and Kalki, are behind her as she lands. She goes, "This way. We have to go. We have to go right now." From here, I guess because all the doors are open, I'm gonna say there's a door, and like the combination of all the open doors and the change of the floor plan means that from one of the open doors we can see you directly through as we're running out through the alleyway.
Mm.
Johnny. So it's like, you too. It's like, you were with them. You saw the creature, right?
Um, well, wait, this guy's talking to me? Is it
Yeah,
you
yeah,
talking to me or
she's
the
talking to you.
character? Okay.
This is a whole ass moment. We're gathering everyone, we're getting out of here.
Well, you know what? I'm just gonna run.
Cool. And so then this person runs, they are running deeper into the alleyways. The idea here is to like snake through like a network of alleys until eventually we get to somewhere to where it's almost impossible to check to see where we were. So she's just like, stay close, follow me. And so at that, I want all of you to roll whoa. You know what? I want all of you to roll spot hidden. Normally, this isn't the track. This is spot hidden. Everyone roll spot hidden for me.
Okay,
Oh
wait,
boy.
wait. This is the
Excellent.
last. This is the last session. I am going to. What is that? That's five, eight
Yeah, it's very
luck
high.
points. I'm going to use 8 of my luck points
Mhm.
to make that succeed.
All right. It's lucky that you made. Let's see. That's 3 failures across the
You want to
board,
use luck?
and that is Sorry, what?
I am using up my luck to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's 3 failures across the board with Sally and Johnny both being dangerously close to a fumble. So with that luck, I'm gonna say that Kalki, you take the front as you are keeping closest tabs on her as she's just kind of snaking in and out and like through buildings, being the beacon for everyone so that no one gets lost.
Yeah. I would have Sally's hand in mine so that like yeah.
Mhm. And so, like, luckily, everyone's able to keep up. She's not slowing down. She passes through a couple of different. Like she passes through like a couple of like you run straight through a couple of people's houses, like not even like around or anything. Just like the fastest way is through. So just like boom down the stairs, out through the like the front door the other way. Keep going, burst through a couple of like turns. She doesn't look like she's stopping for any longer than maybe like 2 seconds to like check a direction or anything like that. And eventually you see she leads you to a building that it kind of looks like a garage a little bit. There's like a big like wide open doorway, like entryway that doesn't have any doors, but it's pitch black all the way through, and she just runs
I don't think
directly
they
through
had
it.
cars in the Wild West.
No, they don't. That's just the so that you can get the idea of what it is. Like I guess more specifically, if you want to think of it like a barn door of some kind, but there's no doors
Yeah.
there. It's just a big like barn like opening for where the doors would be inside of this building. But it looks kind of like it heads down. It's completely pitch black all the way through. She runs through and immediately just disappears.
Where'd she go?
She went down. She went down there. I.
Should we follow?
That was the intention, was it not?
Yeah. Hello?
No sound comes from it.
I would gulp audibly, like because I'm still afflicted by my paranoia, but I would go down, follow.
Okay. As you pass
Yeah, might
through,
as well check it out. Can I light a match as I go down there?
um, well, you can
Hmm.
light a match if you want to. I was gonna say as you go through, the world feels gray for a moment. Like all the color is pulled out of everything around you. I'd say it kind of feels like a barrier, like a membrane, maybe like something like 3 feet. As you make your way through, the color gets pulled through. It feels almost like it's trying to push you back, but you know that this is where you're supposed to go. You know what? Just for fun, give me a power roll.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, man.
Ooh, okay, I
That's
feel like
two
maybe I should
failures.
use
bad.
luck points. Should I
That's
use
two
luck
Bad.
points
failures
for
and a
this?
fumble. No, don't bother using luck. And you know what? It's fine.
Okay. All
What
right.
we're doing right now is just getting all the bad luck out, right? Like, these are all the bad rolls. Just shake them off of
Unbelievable.
us right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is when you know that you need to change the size of your roll 20 window so that way you
We
have like a
are
different like dice
definitely
box.
gonna be
Yes.
successful.
Mhm. All right. So I'm going to say just keeping track of the fumble, right?
I don't even have enough luck for this.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the house rules that you can only spend to 10 luck to change a roll. So
Mm.
that 50 luck would have been insane for this. I'm going to say that Johnny, you actually are unable to fight the influence of the door, and so of the entryway. And so as you like take a couple, like you take a step through, you kind of instantly find yourself right back outside. uh but like you know that you're like
Yeah.
this, you haven't seen Kalki or Sally come back out, so you feel as if I don't know, like the thought process could be there for you that you know maybe you just want to try again. I'm gonna, yeah.
Whoa.
And so I'm gonna say with
I'm
that, you all, as you continue to take the steps in, your reality feels a little bit inverted. It feels maybe like a bit nauseating for you to try to
Mm.
fight against this. You feel supernaturally inclined as if you should turn back the way you came.
out of
However,
curiosity. If
mm,
if if Sally were
Ugh.
to react and yell Johnny's name as he was bounced out by the barrier, would he have heard it?
um, no, he would not have heard it.
Ooh, interesting.
Mhm. But yeah, eventually you finally power your way through. The nausea fades. The light comes back to where you comes back into your vision. The color and everything comes back, and you are standing in what looks to be like a little bit of like, it looks like a cave kind of. It looks like cavern. There's lighting. Some of it is lantern light. Some of it looks to be of origin that you can't fully understand, kind of similar to the insignias that you saw carved into the walls before that were lighting up right before the attack outside of Alistair's.
Mm.
You see furniture and different supplies here and there. There's remnants of what looks to have maybe have been like minecart tracks at some point, some old like dilapidated equipment here and there. But it's a bunch of different like tunnel ways that look like about hallways that seem to go into a central location.
Mhm. No, and no sign of the lady that led us here.
As you gotta take maybe like 10 seconds or whatever to get your bearings, she eventually goes, yes, yes, come on, right, this way, this way, this way. It's like, I forgot about the whole nausea thing.
Wait, who are you? What is happening?
She looks over at you and says, just to make sure I'm not wasting my time, you all saw the creature, right? Like you
Yeah.
saw the end eater.
The what? The what? The bug. We saw the bug.
Okay, but did you hear the word I just said? End eater.
And eater.
And
Okay,
yes.
cool. If you couldn't hear me, then we'd be in a world of trouble.
Mm.
All right, cool. So hi, get you all
Hi.
in, making sure you're good. She looks you up and down a little bit. uh Everyone has their hands and feet. Excellent. uh my name is Sarah, and hmm?
Hi.
My name is Sarah. Welcome to the Knights of Ouroboros.
That is, you speak as if we should know these things, but I am. I know of the legend of the Ouroboros, but knights who. Please explain.
You have the book, right? Sammy told me that you all had a book. One of the last things he
Oh,
told me.
the
Hmm.
Sally takes out the book with the Ouroboros on the front. She doesn't know what an Ouroboros is. She sees the snake biting its tail.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
then she takes it out. She shows it. Is this is your book?
It's not our. It's not my journal specifically, but it's one of ours.
Uh,
And so
okay.
she goes, come in. And so she pulls you in. She walks you all down a long, like I said, like a long tunnel. You can kind of get the sense. Hmm? Sorry, what'd you say? Okay. Uh, he's like, no, so that one wasn't Sammy's book because Sammy knew of the book, but he had no idea what was inside of it before when you showed it to him.
Mm.
So she says very specifically that. So as she's walking you down, like I said, you get the feeling this used to be like this is basically like an abandoned mine that's being repurposed for other means. It's like a hideout. You might see a couple of people moving back and forth here and there as they're carrying equipment left and right, having hushed conversations. A couple people looking at you as things move on. Uh, he goes, "All right, so uh, quick recap. What have you all found out so far?"
Oh, well, that's a. It's hard to say because it's
Hmm.
some of it sounds like story and some of it is strangers in fiction.
He goes, "I just
Uh,
brought you all through a magic door."
y- you're right.
Well, I know people
Well,
are remembering things wrong.
hmm
Their memories are all wrong.
Okay.
People
his
have been
eyes
going
carved
missing.
everywhere.
The people having gone missing are erased from collective memory. I am not entirely sure, but I remember that Sally said something about a shadow desert. Does your order control what is happening here? Or and she still has the rifle in her hand, by the way.
Mm-hmm. All right, she
Yeah.
can have the rifle in her hand. This is she'd also like off the just off the bat, especially with the instincts that she's had so far. She would get the feeling that the magic door is probably not the only thing in here that
Mm.
you don't fully understand.
Mm.
So it would be one of those situations where it might like I'll leave that to you. I'll let you figure that one out. So with that, she goes, okay, cool. So you've pieced together most of it. I'm going to give you all a just like a quick little overview of the way things have been happening here, things that are going on. Uh, Real quick, the only reason why I brought you in here in particular is that we had a quick meeting with Sammy right before what happened. Uh, and he did let us know that you all were pretty close to figuring out what was happening and that if he wasn't going to make it back, we should seek you out. You are here
Hmm.
specifically because he's vouched for you.
What about Sammy? Is he all right? I that the end eater that swooped down on him. I managed to shoot it, but he is he was still injured. He was still bleeding out. Is he has vouched for us, but we have no clue as to who you are and what your order is about.
She goes, the moment one of those end eaters gets you, it's basically already over for you. She takes you to one of the corners inside of this side of the cavern you're in. There's a table with a couple of seats, and you just go ahead and sit down. Let me explain this for you as best as I can.
She
So,
would.
mm, so the way this works is you all taking your seats. The way this works is that we are, like I said, the Knights of Ouroboros. There are creatures beyond understanding, beyond reasoning, that have been here on this planet for longer than human beings. Uh, we have records of uh, dating back to ancient fights between uh, creatures that things that we can't even begin to wrap our heads around, and the people standing their grounds all the way on the continent of Africa, back in the back in the time before time, as long as we have written language. And some time ago, they formed an order. The order changed and it grew over time. They took on the symbol of the Ouroboros, and the order dies, and then it comes back, and then it dies, and then it comes back. We lose the fight for a generation, but we inspire more people to take up after us. This happened for a while until a group of pirates were fighting a creature on the seas from Ethiopia. They made their way over here uh, some time ago, and it's been a generational fight that we've been keeping track of ever since. Uh, Roughly about 25, maybe 30 years ago or something, uh, after Rickshaw had kind of cemented into what it was going to be, the current mayor at the time decided that he wanted more than what he was given, and through a series of raids and pillaging and whatever he could find and afford, he would steal from the local Mexican and Apache tribes, gathering whatever rituals he could and slinging them together without care. And that leads us to where we are. He's created these creatures, these end eaters. Normally, you wouldn't be able to remember them. However, their pact is weakened now that Alistair is dead, and some people should have memories of them, which is why I'm assuming you all can remember them now.
Maybe I don't want to remember him.
Because if you've had this much interaction with them, it's too late. The moment they get their hands on you, the moment they get their tentacles on you, the moment that they start to eat you, little bits of you get torn off. Uh, some of those get sent to the person who they have the pact with. The others of them get sent away to the Shadow Desert, so the rituals call it, where you're stuck to wander for the rest of eternity.
Well, ain't that some shit?
Shiva, Shiva.
Everything else gets completely forgotten, and it's like you were never here.
Well, that puts us in a bit of a pickle, does it not?
Does indeed.
To think I thought my biggest problem was I was out of a job. My day just got a whole lot worse.
So uh, I'm gonna leave you all here with this real quick. I've got a couple things to handle. She says if you were to look behind you, you see that there are a couple people who are just kind of just waiting. They don't really know if they should step in at any moment. They need something from her.
Mm.
I've got a couple things to handle. I'll be back in a bit. Feel free to work this out amongst yourselves and to find out what you want to do next.
I, I, is there a place where we can make a warm beverage of a sort? I think I need to calm myself down, perhaps. I am not sure. Some tea would be good, or your coffee.
Because all we really have out in the way here is water, but I can get someone to bring you all a glass.
Thank you.
That would be appreciated. Yes.
Okay. And so with that, she walks off and she starts talking to people, setting things up.
Whew.
A
Mr. Hart?
child? Hmm?
No, sorry, go on, go on.
Oh, I was just one of my students was telling this awful story about a shadow desert and a man in red and a green moon, or I'm not sure if I'm remembering it correctly, but I thought he was just telling tall tales to scare the other students. Why would he
I
know that?
Sometimes children see past what adults cannot.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Sally, you will remember that he didn't know it specifically, that he had a babysitter who was telling him stories, and he was recounting the stories his babysitter was telling him so that he would stay inside.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we
Hmm.
know the identity of the babysitter and who they would be related to, or?
Mm. And just in that, the
Mm.
what I at that one particular time, he did say, "No, no, no, that's who they told me. That's what they told me. The people who my parents leave me with when they go off and they have to work."
Right. Hmm.
Hmm. Well, j- I s- I'm not sure. But have we just been inducted into an ancient order that fights against the things that lurk in the dark?
Hmm. Suppose so.
I didn't sign up for this.
Hmm.
I don't think any of us did, Mr. Hart. I don't think any of us did.
Personally, I don't think I could go back to a life where I knew something like this existed and I wasn't doing something about it.
Hmm. I get what you're saying.
Hmm.
It'll always be in the back of your head.
Yeah, I think, Sally, that is indicative that, as we have seen, there is more than a little steel in your spine.
Blushes.
So I think Kalki would also just she'd like put her hand and pat your hand as well, and then she takes comfort from that. I think because
Hmm.
she's still
Hmm.
quite messed up in the head.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I want to say with this, there's a there's a younger there's a younger man who pops in now. He's I say he's probably like 5'10", like very like wiry. He's like a young Apache man who comes in. He has a pitcher of water and a couple of cups for you all, and goes, "Sarah told me to bring you all something to drink."
Thank you.
Mm.
You got anything harder than this?
He goes,
I know you got
"That's,"
something on you.
he goes, "That's unfortunately one of the rules of this place is that we keep all the spirits out. Uh, in this
Ah,
line of work, you start drinking, you won't stop."
Was that a
yeah,
pun?
I don't mean to stop.
He just goes, "Yeah, that." He goes, that's I mean, at that time, you would know that like spirits would be how people refer to like hard liquor and things like that. But
Yeah.
hey, that was a fun little coincidence.
Chanel Leeds is upset about that. Sally doesn't care.
Hmm. Yeah. So she's like, so he says, yeah, at the very least, there's no drinking while inside the hideout.
Hmm.
Well, bottoms up, everybody.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hmm. While you're all drinking, goes, you all knew Sammy, right?
We did, yeah.
Come here. Let me show you all something. And so he takes you all to like he takes you all out of the room you're in and down a couple of hallways. He's very quiet. He has a somber look on his face as he's just kind of like moving and getting things. He's just kind of like moving, take you all there. Eventually, you head out to this. You enter into this room that has a. It's like a larger, more open room, and it has a mural of a tree on it. The tree, the branches of the tree have little individual hooks underneath them. The the hooks have tiles hanging off of each of them, and there's a little pocket hole, like a little cubby, directly underneath those tiles within the wall, with kind of like a somber. It's still like a somber look on his face. He takes a tile off of the wall, and he pulls out a journal from the cubby. The journal is a brown leather journal. It has the symbol of a snake eating its own tail on it.
You sure do like this kind of picture?
Yes, it's at the very least the idea of it all helps us feel like we're part of something bigger, and uh, not just what's the saying, lambs to the slaughter. He hands this to all of you, and he goes, "Here, this was Sammy's."
What is handed over in specific?
It's a journal, like the one that you all had before, that had the Ouroboros on the outside of it. It's a leather bound journal. He turns and he shows you the mural, and he goes, "It's incredibly hard to remember people who have been eaten by the anteaters. So we developed this system. At the end of every day, you take your tile off of the wall, and at the start of the next day, you put your tile back on the wall. And if we come in the morning and we see that there are tiles that are still up, but everyone's accounted for, then somebody's gotten eaten. So we take their tile down and we pull out their journal and we see more about them."
Hmm.
Luckily, Sammy was not eaten. Thank you for that, by the way.
It was the only thing I could think of doing. I
He says, "I don't know what happens to us when we die. Everyone here is from different backgrounds. Everyone here has a different belief, but I can guarantee that he's at least happy that he isn't in the Shadow Desert." Uh, and so then so he hands you all the journal and then he walks off.
uh, yeah, I think if it had been handed to Kalki, like a shaking hand would have just like given it to Sally. Um,
Hmm.
you
I think.
you seem you seem to have had the best luck with these kind of things.
Oh, Sally kind of has to. She's reaching into her bag to get the piece of paper that Sammy had given to her as she takes the book, um, and so she kind of now has a choice between which one she's going to open. But I think what she does is she kind of slides the paper on top of the journal and opens the paper that Sammy had given her to look at the next morning if things felt weird. What does she see?
Okay. The paper from before uh, said specifically to seek out Sarah.
Mm.
It is a list of instructions that leads to the bakery that Sarah works at, along with a secret phrase, which then was immediately followed by, and then say, um, sorry, then say, "The Knights of Ouroboros welcome you."
Interesting. Okay, and seeing that, she slips the paper in the back of the journal and opens it and starts flipping through. And she has it like extended out so anyone could look over and see what she's opening, what pages
Mhm.
she's opening to as she opens.
Okay. And Sammy, his journal is not in a cipher. It looks like this is more just kind of like an autobiographical telling of his, just noting things that he's done while he's been a part of the Knights of Ouroboros. So that way, in case he was forgotten, that they would still have an idea of who he was. And so let me scroll down a little bit further. I've written down, just want to make sure that I don't. Yeah. So I mean, and as you look through the more recent pages, you see like over the last like 2 years or so, he had a falling out with his dad that led him to try to find work in other places, which is when he started working at Auntie Maya's. There's just like tales of him doing things, going on missions with people, and eventually him starting to get along with his dad again. So he started working back at Jesse's, which would have been probably around the time that you saw him, Johnny. Um, and just from there, just more stories of people around town, things that he's done, just ultimately trying to have like a happier life of like a young man in a big city like that.
Mm.
There are a couple of stories in there of him trying really hard to remember people who've been eaten by the Anteaters, and that
Mm.
while reading through their journals, he had like a logical, like knowledgeable idea of who they were and that they had done things together and that they'd known each other. But as he read it, it felt more like it was a history accounting more so than like someone who he had known for a long time and who he trusted with his whole heart.
Mm.
They have lost a number of people then.
Mm-hmm. Getting to the end of the journal, Sally closes it, slides the paper out, tucks it back in her bag just in case. And then very, very almost ceremoniously
Mhm.
places the journal back in the little cubby, um, and then slides the tile back over it. And then she kind of just takes a step back, folds her hands in front of her, bows her head kind of halfway because now she feels silly because she feels like she's being overly ceremonial about something that is not quite a funeral, but feels weird to just put. It's also weird knowing that she could have forgotten about him and now she wants to make a whole big deal about remembering him. Um, and then I guess not knowing what to do with her hands now, she takes that the original Ouroboros journal. If she still has it, I don't know. Did she give it to Sarah, or she still has it?
You
Correct.
still have it.
Okay, I think she puts the paper back in there for safekeeping, and just starts kind of thumbing through it again.
Okay. Roll libraries for me.
Ooh, success.
Okay. I'm going to say that you might get a little bit like involved in this as you have made the last little bit of progress you need to pull through the cipher. And
Ooh.
so the last bits of information are now becoming available to you. I'm going to say that you are in the possession of a journal by the name of someone named Mary Lansley.
Hmm.
1 second. Cool. Yeah, you're in the possession of a journal of someone by the name of Mary Lansley. As you are looking, this journal seems to be a lot more about the specifics of what was happening inside with the what's happening inside this cabal of people and the methods and the rituals they're using to summon these end eaters. It looks like she might have been a person on the inside trying to gather as much information as she possibly could.
Hmm.
Does this name sound familiar?
Um, how long have you been in town?
Good question.
You have a job here, so
Yeah, I do. I can't. Did I write that in the backstory? No, I just wrote too much about her hair, like I usually do.
oh yeah, now you have to tell us about her hair.
Mm,
I always focus on hair. I know why. I'm not gonna get into why. No, I probably was only here for maybe a year or two at the most.
okay. I'm gonna say that you probably do. Uh, Lansley is the last name of the sheriff.
Oh,
Hmm.
so a relative, a spouse, the sheriff. Do I know the relationship she has to the sheriff?
No, I mean the sheriff is single.
Interesting.
No, she is the sheriff. Is what I got that right.
Hmm? No, that's
Is
not
she?
black. No, there's like you would have seen the sheriff because he would have been there when he arrested Sammy.
Right.
So sheriff is there.
Ah,
Uh, but yeah, as far as you know, the sheriff is a man,
Hmm.
roughly about probably in his 50s or something. Yeah.
Interesting.
so Miss Lansley's end was eaten as well. Then
Hmm.
hmm,
Probably.
most
It's
concerning.
strange that her journal was encoded considering how important it is for everybody to be able to remember each other.
Perhaps because she was working on the inside, she could not afford to leave it uh, in normal script.
Hmm.
I'm not entirely certain myself. I'm not certain of much at this point.
Mhm.
If Kalki will allow it, Sally will just kind of like reach over and squeeze her wrist.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Did
She probably
Sarah get a chance to actually look at the journal, or did Sally just kind of like, "Ooh, I have a thing," at her?
She hasn't had a chance to look at the journal. She knows that you have one because Sammy told her.
Okay. Sally definitely
Mhm.
wants to get Sarah's eyes on the journal.
Yeah.
For sure.
So I'm gonna say with that, that Sarah comes in from behind you all and it's just like, all right, uh, looks like you had a chance to, if you had a chance to settle in to calm down, is everyone okay? Hmm.
yes.
Yeah. These
Well,
journals. Are you missing one, perhaps?
Uh, she goes, yeah, it's possible. It's the way these end eaters work. Definitely, it wouldn't surprise me. But Sammy did mention that you had one. She goes, she kind of like starts to look through it a little bit. Um, she like walks off while she's like reading it, like flipping through it, and you see that in this like mural of this tree, somewhere closer near the top, she reaches over and she pulls down a tile
Mm.
and comes back. She looks over and says, "Thank you." And then she grabs Sammy's tile and she hands it over to you. And she goes, "Once the dead are gone, there's no need for their tiles."
Mm.
So with that, with us, she says, we have something coming up pretty soon. We're planning on trying to make a final stand against these people once and for all.
I'm in.
I hmm?
I'm in.
All
I don't
right.
want to just sit around here.
There's a little more that I have to prepare, but I'm gonna leave you with a moment to meet everyone and get all the information together that you all need. You've all met Taza, she says as she points you to the young man who brought you in here before, and he's gonna sit with you all and get you all ready to go as I read through this and make sure we have everything we need before we get started.
Look, I don't need information. Just show me what to shoot, and I'll
Mm.
shoot it.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of time for shooting later, but right now we need to make sure that we don't know how many of these end eaters are around, and we need to make sure that we are where we need to be before things start hitting the fan.
Well,
Alistair's
we're
death.
talking about preparation. We better pile up a bit more ammo, don't you
Mm.
think?
We should have everything we need here. Uh, However, there's a couple of loose ends we do need to make sure we finish up. Like I said, the death of Alistair kind of accelerated everything. So we need to make sure that we move as we're ready to go. So she walks off one more time, and Taza shows up, and she's like, "Cool, great. So I need to get you all settled in real quick. We're gonna go talk to our armor real quick. Let me take you all over to the supply depot." Uh, he leads you all through a couple different hallways, and you see there's a room. It kind of looks like it was carved into the wall. Uh, there's like an interior area here. There's a couple of like smaller munitions, bullets, there's a little bit of dynamite. This some of this would have been like things that was left behind from when this used to be like an active mine, and then others of it is just like weapons and such that people would have as a part of being getting up to illegal activity in the Wild West. uh, there is a like an oldish, not really, probably somewhere in like his like mid 40s, uh, Mexican man who is there, standing in front of the counter. He's wearing denim pants. He's got suspenders and a blue shirt. He's got long black hair, and he's got like a typical like 10-gallon hat on as he's sitting around the inside. Uh, Sees you all coming up, and talks to Tazo. So these are the new ones, huh? Like, yeah, fresh in from the outside. He kind of like laughs a little bit. He's like, "So how was the door?"
Ugh.
Nice hat.
Disconcerting.
Mm. Disconcerting is right. And he goes, "You know what? It is a nice hat." um, so they tell you anything about what's going on here coming up pretty soon?
Well, don't make no sense to me, but yeah, they told us stuff.
All right.
We are preparing for a last stand.
So we're
You know,
thinking.
that sounds rather ominous now that I think about it.
Mhm.
It's this moment right here which is going to fully determine whether or not we can make it out. We got one last chance here, holding out, hoping that everything can happen the way we need it to happen before they either find a way to fully separate themselves off from the rest of the U.S. and then we are on our own, or they find a way to expand and then no one's safe anywhere.
Right, you are, man.
Mhm.
Always didn't cotton on to the what the preacher is telling us about fire and brimstone, but turns out Armageddon's coming after all.
End of the world is always a lot closer than you might think. This right here, this is one of the events that you've been around to see. You couldn't begin to imagine all the other ones that have happened here that have just been slightly outside of your view. We got we've got stories here. I tell you, we got stories. You've seen the journals, right? You've seen the journals on the wall. Knights of the
Yeah,
Ouroboros
we
have
have.
been. You have one?
I do.
She said so. You handed off the
Oh
other
wait, no, I
one
don't have it.
to Mary,
Yeah.
but yeah, wait, no, and you put Sammy's back, right? Yeah. So
Do I
he
still
goes, "Yep."
have the
Hmm?
Mary's one? I have Mary's
No,
one,
no, you gave Mary's to
right?
Sarah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and then you put Sammy's back in the wall. So he goes, yeah. So those journals there, they've been something that we've been keeping track of ever since the Knights of Ouroboros made their way over here to the U.S. So one of the things, she says, did she tell you the whole thing about the spiders?
Mm? No?
What? There are spiders?
So when the Ethiopian pirates made their way over here to the United States, one of the things that they ran, what they were fighting on the way over on these boats was the queen of the spiders. She was a half woman, half spider, probably about 20 feet tall. She had tons of her brood that were just spilling out forth from everywhere. It was a 20-day battle between the Knights of the Ouroboros and the Queen of the Spiders before they were finally able to set fire to the last of her brood and put her down for good. But we almost didn't have a continental United States for us to be here.
Are you hearing yourself, man? That story sounds totally absurd.
Now, that story sounds absurd, but you heard about the Shadow Desert and thought everything was okay.
No, I thought it was a child's tale.
They normally sound like child's tales.
Oh.
In the Hindu faith, uh, the current period of the world is known as the Kali Yuga. It is the final and most degenerate time that is marked by spiritual decline and conflict and vice. I did not put much words to it, but it is perhaps entertaining that it is in our faith. We wait for the goddess Kalki to be the avatar of change. And now I am not entirely sure of where my faith lies.
See, that's the interesting thing about faith. We got people here from all sorts, primarily because a lot of the problems that we're running into right now come from an outsider's perspective of what faith means, of what cultures mean. They want to take our cultures and combine them and mix match them so they can get the perfect breed of whatever they want to handle things. And that's where we end up now with the creatures like the end eaters. But our spirituality is the basis behind every single one of that's not the correct way to say it. A lot of our faiths are how we've understood the things that we can't understand. So things that you might have heard from your faith, things that we've heard from my faith, uh, Taza's ancestry here with his the different Apache rituals and customs they have. A lot of those happen because we live in symbiosis with different creatures out here that have been here for longer than human beings have even been a twinkle in their ancestors' eyes.
Hmm.
Well, I'm a Freemason, independent thinker. I don't believe in those things. But now that I've seen what I've seen, starting to wonder if maybe there's a little something to it after all.
You know, you keep those eyes peeled, you'll see more than you ever wish you could.
The veil has indeed been lifted.
Mm. Yes, but that's enough of that here. So we've got, so here's the overview of the plan, and Sarah's gonna go over this later as she's rallying the rest of the troops here. Is that there's going to be a gala at the mayor's mansion in the coming 3 days. We know that they're short a member, and that's going to be a problem with how they manage to control the end eaters. However, we aren't quite sure on the details of how they handle it. We we had someone on the inside, but things got a little bit dicey and we lost track of the information and the person. So now we're deciding that maybe it might be best for us to try to storm in to gather and take out as many of them as we can before we try to find a way to break the ritual. Seemingly, if we can break the bond that these people have with the end eaters, then maybe, just maybe, we can put a stop to them for good, and then we can chase the end eaters out before things get to be too violent. Now, the timing is pretty up in the air right here. We're not quite sure exactly how this is going to work out, but we're looking at, for the moment, this might be our best bet.
Miss Sarah did say that whatever strength of ritual that is currently in place was lessened by the elimination of Alistair Smith. Maybe that might be a fade if we get rid of the other holders of whatever contract has been established.
Mhm.
We I don't, you are the more veteran knights of Ouroboros in this regard, so as Mr. Hart says, point us in the direction and we shall swing.
Was your inside person Mary Lansley?
It's possible, but I doesn't sound. That's the thing we get used to here. That doesn't sound like a name I'm familiar with, but it might
Mm.
have been.
Well, if needs be, I believe I found her journal. We can refer to it in the making of our plans.
If you found the journal, do you still have it on you, or no? What you gave it to? You gave it
I
to
gave it to
Sarah.
Sarah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Sarah. Oh, I'm sorry. I've never introduced myself. My name is Jose Alvarez. Pleasure to meet you.
Meet you,
I'm Johnny.
It was nice to meet
Sally
you, Mr.
Hayes.
Johnny. Nice to meet you, Miss Sally.
Kalki Iyengar, a pleasure, Mr. Alvarez.
And nice to meet you as well, Miss Kalki. So we're gonna get you all set up and ready to go here. I see you are already armed, Miss Kalki. And Johnny, Mr. Johnny, I'm seeing that you already have two pistols there on your side, ready to go. Is there anything in particular you are looking for that I can try to get ready for you before we get started?
Guns. Lots of guns.
Should
Lots
I
of
have a
guns.
gun?
Okay.
Or,
You
well,
you
bullets.
have my pistol.
Oh
You have
yeah.
my pistol
Mhm.
with you.
Yeah.
Um,
Sally, how does Sally pull out the pistol here? She's like, oh yeah, she like pulls it out. Like,
It's
how
upside
gun
down.
safe do you think
Whoa,
it
whoa,
is?
Got it.
don't point over
Got it
here.
by the business. No, she's holding it by the business end. Like the
Oh,
butt of the gun is
Hey,
out.
yeah,
turn it around. Turn it around.
yeah. He goes,
But don't
hang
point
on,
at
reach
me.
out real quick. He grabs it. He goes, maybe you shouldn't hold on to one of these right here. I could
Uh,
find something that. Have you ever used a knife before?
to cook dinner.
All right, so when
How
you're
about you give her a frying pan?
so when you're cooking dinner and you cut with a knife and a slice, right? But have you ever like
Mhm.
stabbed forward before?
Oh, I dissected small animals in school. I'm a school teacher. We do that
Hmm.
sometimes.
Have you ever seen the blood of a living creature drain out in front of them as the life leaves their eyes?
Just earlier this morning, actually, yes.
Yeah, all right.
It wasn't her.
Mhm. And so
it
then
has the
it has been a day for you all, definitely.
It's been a day.
So with that, he's going to. You said this was your gun now, correct, Miss Kalki?
yes.
All right, so he's going to hand the gun back to you, and then for you, Sally Hayes, he's going to give you a knife. It's roughly about, I'm gonna say it's about like 7 inches long or whatever. It's on like a little
Ooh.
holster, goes off on like your side here. He hands you the knife in the holster. He goes,
Full
and you make
full
sure you
bowl.
hold it by the handle side, and you stick the business in it. Anyone who means to threaten you, just like that.
Great.
If it would help, imagine your target as the chalkboard and you having the piece of chalk.
Oh, like more like this?
Um,
He goes, that can work too. You want to be careful. When you hold it this way right here, you have the most control and strength over it. But when you hold it this way, you got the most puncture power to stab right into somebody.
Uh, Big letters, little letters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Maybe
is
she should
great for
just bite
control.
people.
This is great for control and defense. This is great for attack. He says he's kind of like just like flipping it. He's just doing little tricks because it's just how he's used to handling knives. But he's holding his own knife, so then he just like then like slides it right back into his like not even looking, just slides it right back into the holster on his side.
Sally is using both hands to like adjust her grip on the knife because it's so big and she's so small.
He goes, now the number one thing to remember here specifically is that while it is nice to have while it's nice to have a knife, you also probably don't want to. I don't believe you would be the person who needs to be on the front. So this is a great knife for you to use in self-defense. This is a great knife for you to use as a tool. I wouldn't let this give you enough false confidence. So that way you decided to go off and to aggress on someone on your own.
Mm.
And sadly, that might be a good point because your enthusiasm has carried you forward, perhaps a little more than it should have.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Holsters it.
All right, and so I'm gonna say with that, there's a like Taza had left earlier. He comes back around the corner and he's just like, uh, Sarah says, everyone into the main hall. We have an announcement. There's been a change to the plan. Everyone there in 20.
Mr.
Really?
Alvarez, before we leave, I, while I'm good with a rifle, I think perhaps there might be an occasion where range is not going to be a consideration. Would you happen to have a shotgun that I could procure for use in this instance?
Uh, I love the like the more and more armed you were becoming. His campaign was like, I got a rifle, I got a pistol, and now I got a shotgun. You're just a regular
Yeah,
like a shooter character.
she's loading for bear, as it were.
Uh-huh.
Right?
We're straight up. This is like Red Dead Redemption 2 right now.
100%.
Mhm. He goes, I could have something for you here. You looking for how legal are you looking for this gun to be?
Legal?
Mhm.
Who
I
cares
do
about
not I
legal?
do not believe that would be a consideration at this point.
He goes, because like I got a regular double barrel, but I also got a sawed off here.
Hmm.
Now, with the sawed off, you're not going to be able to get range the way you used to getting it. But I tell you what, anything in front of you, no longer on the ground.
I think that might be more prudent in this instance since I already have a ranged option.
Yeah, you go for that. I'll take care of the ones who are a bit over there.
Hmm. And so yeah, I will put that on your sheet later during our break. Make sure that we have that. And so yeah, he gives you a sawed off. And with that, time moves forward a little bit, and you're all in the main hall. So there's Sarah at the front, who's standing on, like, she's like a little bit of a podium. She's addressing everyone. He goes, "Hey, everyone, on me, eyes on me, eyes on me. It is time. No, it's not time, but like we've had an update. Thanks to some of the news people who we pulled in here, especially Sally. We were able to recover the journal of one of our lieutenants who who has been eaten. We can mourn those who we know and those who we've forgotten later. However, there's a little bit of information here inside of this, and I want to focus on all of you with here. She was able to determine that the that these people here are they call themselves the Court of the Beyonders. Whole eye iconography is a thing that one of them came up with. It looks like she was very deeply embedded within them for a long time now, and even found a way to induct herself inside of it. Um, the last entry in this journal is from 2 weeks ago. There is this event that we're trying to take out is actually an induction meeting. They're going to have a bunch of people similar to them coming over from all the surrounding cities, and they're trying to use these new people to expand their influence and the reach of the Shadow Desert so that they can continue to take over more and more parts, extending outwards from here in Rickshaw. That said, one more thing in this book here is that the full way that they control all these creatures is through a tome that they have locked away that they'll need for this induction ritual tonight. If we destroy the tome, we destroy their connection to the end eaters. No more end eaters, no more power for them. Everything goes back to normal. We still have the option for our original plan A of going in and storming it and taking out everyone and everything at once. But I think that if we can do a very small maneuver, try to get in, destroy the book, and get out, I would love to finish this with as many of you standing here above ground, not at a funeral I have to attend as possible. So, do I have any volunteers?
Yeah, I think Kalki would kind of raise her hand.
Sally's head immediately shoots up.
Mhm.
Well, I don't have a job anyway, so
All right, and she looks at you all. She goes, "And I know you are some of our newest members here. Here, in light of this recent tragedy, I just want to make sure, because you will be taking the brunt of this risk going forward. And are you certain this is what you want to do?"
Yes.
All right. I'm going to say that you also see Taz's hand shoot up as he's he's deciding that it looks like he's deciding on what he wants to do, and I say that, you know what, yeah, and you say that Jose says, I don't know if I can make it in there, but I might be able to provide some sort of material support to you all before this happens. So I'll make sure that they get in there, and then the rest of this is going to be on them. So Sarah looks back at
sounds
the
good
rest
to
of you.
me.
He goes, all right, well, I'm glad. If that's the case, everyone gear up. We're going to prepare for the worst, but we'll leave it to these newcomers here and see if we can make it in without having to shed blood.
Yeah. Frankly, I just want to get out of this place. You can't even get a drink here.
All right. And so with this, we're going to Ocean's 11 this heist. We're going to start in the middle of it. We're not going to start in the middle of it, but we're going to start right at the heist. So we're going to go ahead and skip forward these 3 days here. It is the day of the event. It is an hour and a half prior. And actually, you know what? It's the day of the event. It's an hour and a half prior. I want you all to think about what your characters are going to be doing at this time period here. I'm going to give you a little time to figure that out because we're going to go on a break. Everyone, thanks for hanging out with us so far. I hope you have had a great time and that you stick around for the rest of this as we see how this turns out, whether our characters will be sent to the Shadow Desert forever, or if we can find a way out of this. All right, take care. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are right at the start of our heist. So it is an hour and a half before the big event. What has everyone done up until this time period to be ready for this? You know what? Let's start with you, Kalki.
I think Kalki would have skulked around, found an innocuous worker at the establishment, at the mayor's residence, and plied him with a little liquor, been all charming, and asked a lot of innocuous questions that have
Mhm.
completely harmless.
Okay. So you just been like investigating, kind of like getting the what were you looking for as you're asking these questions?
Oh, as an author, I am always very interested in the books that people carry. Where,
Oh.
where does where does the mayor keep most of his books? In case I want to ask him if I can borrow some.
Uh this guy you're talking to, he's like, oh man, this is he does have a library on the ground floor. It's there are when you make your way in, there's a bunch of sitting rooms like immediately to the right, and as you pass by the sitting rooms, he has this big library that is like also kind of an office for him. He
Mm,
likes to work surrounded by a lot of them, so that's really, yeah, it's like half an office, half of a library.
mm. And have you noticed him? Are there any books that he's particularly fond of? As a reader, I have my particular favorites, but what is the mayor like?
uh he's just like, he's like just trying to drunk and swooping. I've never really been much for one for reading, so I wouldn't be able to say one way or another. I know that he's constantly carrying books around with him, but I couldn't tell you heads nor tails of which one they were.
Hmm.
And just like
Okay.
head just like bonk on the table now. You've successfully drunk him onto the table.
Yeah. I think there would just be a men and putting off on the hat and walking off.
Hmm.
But yes.
All right. Uh, and so, did you have a larger plan of like what your do you have a larger idea of what your plan of attack was going to be?
Um, I think. Hmm, well, I have acquired some information. Let's see what everybody else is like. What everyone else is thinking because I have thoughts, but I would like to concur and
Okay.
with everybody.
Okay. Uh, Sally, what have you gotten up to these last 2.5 days?
I think Sally takes a renewed interest in cracking down on Tommy's nonsense. And she arranges for a parent teacher conference of a sorts, um, trying to track down where exactly he heard this tall tale of
Hmm.
men in red and green moons. Hopefully, it doesn't go a little too heavy handed in making sure everybody understands that she thinks none of it is true.
Hmm.
And her aim is to see if she could, at the very least, start to um, plot like a path of information that, well, I don't know if she knows exactly because she's not really a spy or like she's not really like espionage heist kind of minded person, but the closest thing that she can think of is if I know that the story has gotten to me by accident, I can kind of trace along it to see if I can find an in to people who are supposed to know it on purpose.
Okay. Um. So if that's the case, then I would like for you to What was your interpersonal skill?
What?
What was your interpersonal skill? Charm, persuade, fast talk, intimidate.
Where would
You would have
bring
chosen
up?
one of them to put points into. Whichever one has the highest between charm, persuade, fast
I
talk,
think
or intimidate.
charm.
Charm? All
Charm for
right.
sure. Yeah.
Go ahead and roll charm for me.
Okay. Fail. Ha! Oh, I can
Okay,
use
so
luck
this
for
is a
that.
failure. However, yeah, there's only 3 different points of difference, so you can use 3 luck points. You want to make this a success.
Yeah, I do it.
All right, be sure to edit and remove your 3 luck.
Oh, sorry. What did I do? I pressed a button. Something happened.
No, you're
Sorry.
fine. So you click the edit in the edit mode, and then you subtract 3 points off of your luck.
From the top number, not the bottom number, right?
Yeah, from the top.
From luck,
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 not
not
sanity.
sanity.
Yeah.
Not sanity.
Yeah.
Thank you. There we
Mhm.
go.
All right.
We got
cool.
there.
Wait. Oh, never mind. Yeah. So I'm gonna say I'm like above board. I'm gonna say that this doesn't really like this doesn't go anywhere in particular. You hear that like you're able to talk to them or whatever. They are very concerned that Tommy has been fighting other kids in his school. This is not how we raised you, young man. I'm not afraid of anything.
Ugh, Tommy.
Does he punch somebody again?
No, because
Why?
he's around all adults right now, but he
Oh.
does just like kick something, like he kicks some like furniture or whatever. He's like, I'm not afraid of anything. Um, and like, we'll have a talk with him. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry for all the chair creaking. You're like, yeah, I don't know. We had a babysitter, and she would just tell him stories or whatever, things to keep him calm, quiet. But I mean, like some of that's just urban legend, like it's just the talk of the men in the red robes has been going around here for longer than I can even remember. Just like wives' tales and like things that people tell each other to like stay interested in the middle of the night. So I don't know, maybe he just heard gossip from somebody somewhere.
And that babysitter, it wouldn't happen to be, and then here, and I'm not gonna waste time trying to generate a fake name. She like pulls a name of like a youth in the city that she knows of because she doesn't want us to be suspicious and directly ask who is the babysitter. She just makes a guess and sees if they confirm or provide a different name.
Just goes, no, actually, I feel like that is actually rollable. I do feel like that's a fast
Ooh.
talk.
Ooh, oh no. Heck. Where is it even? That's a fat. Nope, that's not gonna. Hey. Failure. By so much.
It's like, yeah, that name doesn't sound familiar. No, I don't think that was it.
Well, and then she fumbles because she's now forced to ask directly. And I think she does. I think she tries to bend her tone to like an exasperation of just like, well, clearly the polite thing to do is to volunteer the name. And she goes, well, then who is it? You really, whoever it is needs to be given a talking to be filling Tommy's head with this nonsense. Whoever did such a thing.
They again, because like this is kind of just like an area that doesn't really go anywhere for this right here.
Okay. Yeah.
They're gonna be like, yeah, I don't know, it might have been like the wife was the husband, it might have been like one of your like nieces or something, I don't know. Like you can be sure, we'll make sure that whoever got that information into Tommy's head is they know not to share stories with such impressionable youth, so that something like this doesn't happen again. And we are very truly sorry for all the trouble that young Tommy has caused. We've already talked to the principal of the school about making a sizable donation for the troubles that everyone's been through.
Well, it'll be up to Tommy to make sure that this behavior doesn't continue, isn't it, Tommy?
He goes, I won't. He's pouting. He's thinking really hard. I won't punch them anymore.
What will you do instead?
I'll use my words.
Very good, Tommy.
But if they use their words and they call me a baby, I
You
won't punch
get
them.
an adult.
I won't punch them.
You won't
I
punch
won't
them,
punch them. I won't
Tommy.
punch them. And that's just kind of where he sits with that. So, was there anything else that you decided to do before this, in preparation for this event?
No, I think other than like she's surrounded by stationery, things like that. Her first thought would be in drawing a map. So if she can talk to the other members of the Knights of the Ouroboros and get an idea from just like what Mary Lansley decoded information was, and just try to translate it from like script to visually, like here's a pinch point, here's, you don't want to be here because this will happen, like where spatially, what spatially we need to be aware of when we are going forward into the actual heist.
All right. And so for everyone here, kind of like keeping track of this heist, we are doing this heist in the style of like an Oceans event. So I'm getting everyone's like thought processes on what they've done up until now, and then we're very much just gonna be in the heist as things start just happening. We will be referring backwards in time to things that we've already done in order to help us moving forward with the rest of the story. And so finally, Johnny Hart, what have you done for these last couple of days?
Uh, I I just want to get into the event as a piano player, and I'll like try to get a job in there.
Mhm. Okay, I'd say that's actually pretty fairly easy for you. You already had a job as a piano player before at Jesse's, now Alistair's. So like you had a resume ahead of you, and yeah, especially with the new connections you have now through the Knights of Ouroboros. Yeah, that's easy. That's easy. So you officially have an in. You've got a suit and tie and everything, and you're ready to perform.
I'm ready.
All right. Was there anything else you want to make sure you hit on this before we took off?
Mm, I think that's all I've got for now.
Okay. So actually, you know what? Instead of it being an hour and a half, I'm gonna move in the style of Oceans. I'm gonna go ahead and just like move into it. So like it's now nighttime, sun's down, the moon's rising in the sky, the stars all around us. There's the raucous sound of laughter and debauchery as a bunch of rich people from all over are here celebrating the wealth and continued success of Rickshaw. Players, where are you and what are you doing? Party's already started.
Well, what is going on? What can we see? Is the mayor here?
Yeah, the mayor's here. The mayor's been walking around schmoozing, talking to people. It's his house. It's his party. I'll say the mayor's mansion is on the edge of town. It is a brick and stone building with marble accents. It is large, like very large, and 2 stories tall with a basement that we're all aware of. There's lots of marble and like granite, different kinds of like castings and floors on the inside. It's very like opulent and like nice looking. It's very much kind of like a jewel that sticks out with how decadent it is in the middle of everything else inside of Rickshaw, which is already a very nice city in the middle of the Wild West.
What kind of security does the party have?
I'm going to say that the party has there's a couple of just like hired security or whatever. There's no one here who looks like they're like ex special forces or anything like that. But you know, there's it's probably about, I'd say this entire event has maybe about 20 people who over the course of the whole house who are working security. You have a couple people out at the front gate. You have a couple people at the front door who are checking different like checking everyone's invitations and things like that. Make sure no one coming in who's armed. And you also have people like walking outside the perimeter and 1 or 2 people on the inside looking up or down. The majority of the people are going to be either like are going to be on the outside somewhere.
Hmm. I'm gonna say perhaps like the party started. I was playing the piano. At some point, I get a break. I go to the kitchen and slip past whatever they're doing there, find the back door, and let people in. Let in our heroes, and bringing in the guns and everything that we couldn't bring in through the front door.
Okay. Um, Sally, what was your plan? How are you in here? Did you leaving it up to your imagination?
Hmm. Sally is milling about in the back of the mansion near the door that Johnny will be opening. She is dressed in instead of her normal like school marm dress with her hair tied up, her hair is hidden underneath kind of like a paperboy cap, and she's wearing some like kind of like a old workaday pants with the bottom cuffs rolled up because they're just way too big for her. They're fully adult men's pants, and she's like 5'3", and she's got them
Hmm.
rolled up and like a belt like that's just like pulled too small around her waist, dressed very much like an hopefully innocuous young boy, just kind of like waiting around to do small tasks, moving things in and out of the mayor, catering supplies such as these, like trying to blend in. And as Johnny opens the door, she will try to very surreptitiously slip into the mansion.
Okay. And Kalki, what about you?
Uh, I believe Kalki would have been uh, prepared and ready to be let in, given that the security would not have allowed her to get in with her armaments. She was waiting for this cue. But she would have also prepared in that small moment, she would have prepared hmm, she would have prepared a small little distraction, because in the time that she had after this, she has procured a few sticks of dynamite from Mr. Alvarez, and there is a small bundle that has a very long fuse, which would be about 15 minutes.
Hmm.
And just before uh, she goes in, and this would have been tucked like somewhat close to the mayor's mansion, but not like immediately so. But the fuse does lead to it, and there's like about 15 minutes, so that there's a distraction. And yeah, she would light that and then give a nod to Sally and walk in.
Okay, we are on a 15-minute timer. I love that. um, I'm gonna say that. So with that, Taza comes in. He's in. He's in a. How do I say this? He's in black slacks and a white button-up shirt with a black vest. He looks like he's wait staff. He's like, all right, everyone, remember the plan. We get this done. No one knows what happens. Remember that. I'm gonna say this happened before you lit the fuse, so that way we're not talking as the explosion's about to happen. Um, uh, he says, "All right, cool. So the thing is that all this has to happen before the mayor gives a speech. When the mayor gives a speech, that's when they're all going to start to make their way out of the party and downstairs, and then the inductee ritual is going to begin. However, Kalki, what were you wearing when you came in? Do you look like you're here for the gala, or do you like you're like someone who's like staff? What do you look like?
I look like I'm here for the gala.
Cool. And so he goes, and so we were able to recover this. And he pulls out one of the black eye pins. He goes, you can decide if you want to use this or not, getting your way in here, but this is one of the inductee pins. If you show this while you're talking to anyone here who's a member of the core of the Beyonders, they'll be a lot more willing to talk to you because they'll think that you're here
Most
with somebody.
most definitely. Thank you,
Mm.
Mr. Taza.
All right. Well, and so he hands you that, and then he starts to pick up a tray and like disappear into the crowd. Jose Alvarez shows up and goes, "All right, now I got you all here. Now, everything else at this point is on you. Remember, we are trying to handle this as like decisively as we can right here. So we don't need to go on an all-out offensive against all the people here. As much as I'd love to kill every single one of these rich cockroaches in here and be done with it, I do know that there are other consequences to such actions that could lead to a lot of dead people out here in Rickshaw." Mm.
Well, time is already running out, so perhaps we should make
Yeah, and so
haste.
now we're gonna like, and so now you've actually lit it. Like you lit it after he left, and so now we're gone. So that's just something that's in the background now as we're
Ooh,
thinking and talking about this.
yeah.
So the party uh is popping as much as any other like as much as any rich person party can. There's a lot of like elbowing and like schmoozing with people as they're talking about where they spent their last holiday, how much money they saved because they don't pay people in actual money. Have you thought about paying people in company script instead of money so that way you can hang on to all the cash? Uh, just all sorts of things that the rich and famous of the time period are really loving. There's someone who's like, maybe we could think about paying people, and then he gets like thrown out the door. uh and yeah, it's a lot of talking here. I'm going to say, what is the current objective here for what we are trying to do now?
I think immediately we'll be going to that ground floor library
Hmm.
so that we can check it out and see, like, if we can find this tome.
Okay. Yeah, like this is all, it's, I guess it's kind of more like an open floor plan. You're coming out from the back. So the back of the house has the kitchen, and then
I have the little black eye pinned already.
okay. So you're coming in from the back. So like you're in the kitchen area. Everyone's kind of like moving, afraid that they're gonna get one of the rich people angry. So we're gonna say they don't really pay attention to you. You might have just been back there looking for like extra food or something, or trying to get away from the crowd. From this position right here to the left is you're in the kitchen. To the left is the office with the library in it, and to the right is the dining room. Kalki's going
Yeah.
to the office. What's everyone else doing?
Sure, if they're going to the library, I'll be hanging by the door, just gonna be keeping an eye on uh, the floor, the main
Mm,
party, just to see if anyone is gonna be coming in there. And then I'll try to intercept them and try to redirect them somewhere else.
okay. Sally.
Kalki's going directly to where we believe the book to be, yeah?
Hmm.
Okay. Then Sally is going to hang out in the kitchen and is going to try to strike up conversation with other staff, trying to kind of inspire complaint, get people to complain about the people that are at the party, either in her own language or in Spanish, whichever is necessary, to
Hmm.
see if she can glean extra information about people that are already here from the staff.
Okay. Let's say since yours is the most like upfront right here, we can work with that real quick. So like Kalki makes her way into the library. Um, you're going to be just like moving around from the kitchen, just like grabbing plates, moving things around, helping people wash things and things like that. She dresses one of the staff in here. Um, roll charm. Ooh, you can use luck for that.
I will do it.
Okay,
How many's? Four?
4. Yeah,
Okay,
4.
I can
All
do
right.
math.
You do math. You're a teacher.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna say like you find a person who's just sitting there, just like angrily washing off a couple of plates, and just like you approach him.
What do you think about all of these stuffed shirts, huh?
You a bunch of goddamn good do nothings who stumbled into a bunch of money and want to pretend like God gave it to them, acting like the shit don't stink.
Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. Have you been working this kind of party for a while?
And he's like, it's one catering gig is always is every other catering gig is they're all the same.
Do you see do you is uh do, uh do you recognize any of the people here?
He just kind of like looks up
It
at
is a
you real
failure.
quick.
You're just letting me make it a success.
He just like looks over at you real quick and he goes, "How can I not recognize the people here? You got like obviously you got the mayor, but like other than the mayor, you got Catherine Page, and you know for a fact that that she has walked around every single area of this town as bejeweled and encrusted as she possibly could, buying up jewelry stores left and right. Like she got to be the only thing that sparkles in this whole town."
Huh. That's bad. Wow. She sounds really bad. Tell me more about her.
It's just like I love the like. It's not even. It doesn't even feel like there's a direction here. It's like yeah, just I have to consume as much information as possible.
Yes, she's trying to find something.
Uh, it's just like I mean, you could find her if you shine a light inside this entire place. She'd be the only one who shines right back at you. Uh, I,
Huh.
I I almost guarantee she's probably got about half her body weight in diamonds on her right now.
Huh. Yeah, I bet. Huh. I think she starts to feel that like okay, this is not quite going where she wants it to go. So she
Mhm,
kind of like lets that conversation conclude as naturally as she can, as awkward as she's being.
mhm.
Um, let's see. Other than that, I think then Kalki is going to the book directly. I think she just kind of she's aware that there's dynamite set up not where it could blow her up, right? It's a distraction distance away. Okay.
Mhm.
I don't want to say she just kind of hangs back and waits, but I'm not exactly sure what
Mhm.
else to say.
Okay, well, it looks
So
like we're gonna just like hang
I
out.
think
Mhm.
I think she finds a way to slip some uh cleaning supplies in her pocket when no one is noticing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say you do that, and you just kind of like keeps hanging out your way in the kitchen, and we're gonna move over to Kalki real quick. So you are here looking for a book that stands out to you. No idea which one, but like you feel like the vibe will hit you when you find it. Uh, I would like for you to roll spot hidden for me.
Oh boy. Okay. Give me a second. Spot hidden. Uh, okay. I will do a spot hidden.
All right, that is a failure. So you're looking around the office, the library, and like you see his desk. Just like it looks clean. There's really like nothing on it. There are several rows of bookshelves here in the office, and then towards the back, there are a couple of bookshelves behind him that are lining the wall. He is not he's not there, sorry. But like as you're looking around from book to book, you don't really see anything, but there are a couple people who are in here. No one really particularly paying attention to you, just having conversation in quieter places as like from in quieter places away from prying eyes. I'm going to say that while you're looking around on the bookshelves and you don't see anything particular, uh, you next to you is a white man with reddish hair and a black suit, saying, "Wasn't expecting to see you out here after what happened the other day." You turn to your right, and Richard Schumacher is pressed up against the bookshelf.
Wha- That is, I will say, right back at you, I believe is how it goes.
He goes, "I still have a job to do. I don't know what the hell it is that you got up to."
I have my own designs here, and I would like to ensure that whatever is occurring here does not continue to do so. If you have, what is your goal here, Mr. Pinkerton?
I still have the same goal I've had this whole time. I need to figure out how these guys are outmaneuvering the US government. What was that boy who you shot at? I know he killed Alistair, but I don't know why that meant that you had to shoot him in the middle of public.
Right. So you are not aware of some things, Mr. Schumacher, but there are things lurking in the dark, and I I'm here to try and illuminate said darkness so that we can ensure that it stays in the light. Um, I did not shoot at Sammy. There was a creature, a force that is working and that is part of what is happening in Rickshaw. If if you could aid me in my endeavor, I think this would be great. Please try and I already have set up a distraction outside. I believe we have about somewhere close to 10 minutes before a small parcel of TNT goes off uh, somewhere. It's about 50 feet from the house, so it would be a bit of a distraction. But there is a book that I need to acquire in this library, but I cannot seem to find it. I cannot be a little more overt than I should be because of the people inside. Is there any way that you can get them out?
He goes, "Why are you engaging in skullduggery? That's my whole job. I didn't come out here all on my lonesome to be caught into scenarios like this. Oh,
Then what is your plan, sir?
I don't really know if I have one right now. You said 10 minutes and an explosion goes off, right?"
Indeed, we must move fast.
I was just like, all right, it's just me out here, no backup, nothing. It's really hard. Um, I wasn't even really expecting. I didn't know exactly where you were gonna go when I brought in Richard Schumacher here. I wasn't expecting immediately bringing him into the fold. um,
It depends on what is in my toolbox.
we're gonna say that he goes, all right. I was just planning on observing anyway, but from what it sounds like, you're about to crash this party in its entirety. So I guess there's no real reason for me to be here. Um, I can cause a bit of a scene that will get everyone out of this library, but after that, you're entirely on your own. I never saw you. You had nothing to do with me. I fully disavow you after this moment.
Uh, Much like the men in my life. Yes, go on.
All right. Um, and so like he walks off for like a bit, does his you don't see him for like a couple seconds, and then you hear like a slap and like the nerve as like a couple people start piling out. You they started kind of just like running out immediately. You don't really know specifically what happened, but he is at that point kind of just like running out, and then you are not going to see him for a while. uh
Yeah. Now, as soon as the library is empty, with wild abandon, she's going to just start going through, like, the books,
Mhm.
trying to see if she can find it again.
Okay. Roll spot hidden for me one more time.
The dice, it's gonna fuck me over. Like, okay.
Extreme success. Excellent. Okay. It is very. So I'm gonna say that you, at this point now, you kind of have attuned yourself to the feeling of what the way like energy moves, the way perception bends around things that are supernatural, things that shouldn't be there. And so with that, you just kind of start moving your way through all you can, as much as you can, getting a sense for what should and shouldn't be there. And as you scan the entire library now, I'm going to say that you have about another 4 minutes or so left before the dynamite goes off. You do not see this book in here.
Damn it. Um, I think she would then yeah, I think she would go, like, immediately walk out, see that Johnny is nearby, and would kind of like shake her head and start walking towards the where the basement as such would be.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to say that as you start to make your way, I'm going to pop over to you after this is over, Johnny. As you start to make your way to the basement, there is
I mean,
a.
it would be a thing of, like, no, no, and let's go. Like, I
Mhm.
would be calling Johnny with me.
Okay.
But yeah.
So I was like, as you make your way, start trying to make your way over towards the basement, you are stopped by a kind of like burly man. Like he looks like a hardworking, like everyday kind of man. Like rough hands, like shortcut brown hair. He's got his white. He has like sandy brown eyes, a little bit rugged. And he's in like a full on tuxedo, and he has a white eye pin on his tuxedo lapel, and goes, I don't think I've met
Uh,
you before. I feel like I've
hold
seen
on.
everyone around here before. Can I get the pleasure of an introduction? Hi, my name is Matthew Thomas.
Oh, just a
Ah,
moment. I'll be right back. I have to get the door.
Mhm.
I think in the moment that there was a commotion, Sally would have poked her head out to see what was going on. And if you'll allow it, I think she would see the interaction between Kalki and Johnny,
Mhm.
and then see them get stopped on the way to the basement. And she's going to attempt to take a handful. She's going to do, I forget what it's called, but it's a thing you do when you try to get into a place when you're not supposed to. And she's going to fill her arms with a bunch of just stuff that looks like she needs to get it from point A to point B.
Mhm.
And she's going to march purposefully towards the basement. And as she gets past this man, she's just going to say pardon and just eyes locked on her objective as though she's supposed to be going in the basement.
Mhm. Um, because this is such a very direct and risky maneuver, I do want you to roll something for that.
Ah!
would I be able to aid in this endeavor by absorbing Matthew Thomas's attention?
Ooh.
It's also kind of that the basement is a little bit of a very because that's the center of where the actual events of today are supposed to be happening. That is an area
Mm,
that's kind of like has a bunch of eyes on it initially. So there might be like a couple of regular staff people who know you aren't supposed to be down there, who have been told what to look out for. So I want
mm.
you. Let's see. What I want you to roll for here.
Persuade?
You know what? No, I'm gonna say that what you're trying to go for right here is especially since you got like everything like held up on you if you're trying to make this move. you want to be fast, you want to be nimble, or you want to move before anyone has an idea to see that you've got something going on. I want you to just roll straight dexterity for me.
Ooh, okay.
Top of the screen.
Failure.
Failure.
I know.
4 points. 4 points.
Do I have 4 points of luck left to do? Did I
Do
use
you
6?
have 4 points
I
of luck
used more
left?
than 6.
You have
I definitely.
28 luck points, so you can use 4 luck points if you want to here.
But I think I've used more than 6 in this session.
Yeah, I mean,
Per roll.
this is the
Per
last
roll.
session. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
if you're
per
out.
roll. I didn't know that. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
let's do it. I never knew. Yeah. I have no luck now. 24.
Hmm.
Great.
So, like, theoretically, what would happen, right, is that at the end of this adventure, you would get all the luck you started with back. So, like, you want to use luck, like, kind of consistently over the course of an adventure because you want to get it. Like, you're not gonna, like, it's not going to go away permanently. You're not going to get more than what you started with overall. So, using luck is a good thing, unless
Okay.
I make you want to
Roll
roll
for
luck.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, in which case, then you're kind of screwed.
Jiminy Cricket.
But yeah, no, I'm gonna say, yeah, you make your way through. You just kind of slide through what you have and you start to make your way downstairs, and things will get a lot more difficult for you as it goes on now. But yeah, no, Johnny, so Sally was able to sneak her way down to the basement, but Kalki is in the middle of a conversation shortly before the entrance of the basement with like a big burlier man in a suit with one of the white eye pins on him.
Well, is there anyone here? Is anyone watching us?
I mean, this is out in the open as a part of the party, so like there are plenty of people around.
Can I quietly go to the side of this guy and using my jacket to kind of hide it? I will put the barrel of my revolver right into his side. I'll just stick it into his side and say, uh, I think maybe you better step aside for a minute if you value your health.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna say he's gonna go. Mr. Thomas here is gonna go. Ah, I feel like you probably picked the worst place and one of the worst people to do this with. Um, so before I get a good look at your face, I'm going to give you the opportunity to put that gun away and to walk out of here. I consider myself somewhat of
Mister,
a
you don't
working
know
man.
my skills with a revolver.
I want you to roll power for me. Roll a hard power roll.
Well, you're working for the wrong people. Okay.
Roll a hard power roll for me. Oh,
See what you get.
hey,
Damn,
you rolled it
not
regular,
good.
so I'm.
I have not had a single success this session. Not one.
You see, you actually rolled regular instead of hard, so I'm gonna allow you to roll it one more time.
Sure.
Just make sure you click hard at the top of the character sheet.
Well, if you're sure,
Ooh,
that's pretty close. I'm
pretty
gonna
close.
use luck.
Oh,
sorry.
I mean 10.
I'm trying to use luck.
Oh yeah, you're trying to. Okay.
10 luck.
Okay. So I'm going to say that this doesn't, because of the success you had after spending your luck on this hard roll, this doesn't happen instantly. However, it is starting. It is starting. It's in the process. It has been delayed. So in saying that, you feel. Remember before when you were walking into the that dark room, you're walking through the dark doorway getting into the base base
Right.
entrance for the Knights of Ouroboros, that like sick, nauseating feeling, and like you were being turned around and which way to go, you feel another kind of similar, like supernatural, like arcane energy, like hit you. It washes over your entire body and it feels like it marks you somewhere like around on the inside. You, as someone who has now become more aware of these end eaters because of the times that you've interacted with them directly, you kind of just like start to hear around on the outside of your edges and your periphery the skittering of them as they crawl about. He's going to look over at you and he's going to say, I did warn you. And looks over at you, Kalki, and goes, well, I believe we'll have a better chance to be acquainted later. I hope you have a great rest of your party as he walks off. Johnny, you
You,
have,
did anyone hear that?
I'm going to say you're the only one who
Okay.
hears it right now because you've been marked. Uh, are you, I'm going to have you roll. Oh no. Oh no, I just realized what your luck is actually. Uh, um, we'll make something happen here. We'll make something happen. Um, I'm gonna, but I'm gonna give you a roll luck regular, and see what happens right now.
Did Oz hear you? I don't know.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me? If you roll luck regular for me real quick.
Sure. Regular. Mm,
Okay. Uh, so yeah,
failure.
I'm going to say that you feel your doom coming. You hear the skittering, and you see people parting without being aware that they're parting, like within the crowd. Nothing on it just yet, much like a tiger in the woods, or like a bear chasing its prey. They are in a stalking mode before they get into any one particular thing. But this is something
Mm,
that you'll have to keep track of as we move through the rest of this.
uh, but uh, where has the double first named man gone?
Matthew Thomas, he's walked off into the crowd, having already done what he feels like he needs to do here in the scenario. He is confident that if something is going to happen, it will sort itself out eventually.
I I will see that Johnny is kind of hearing things, and that would, I think, like, further light the fire under Kalki's ass to get down to the fucking basement.
Okay. Um.
Especially if she saw Sally dart down there as well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with that, I'm gonna say that you will make your way down into the basement, and four, three, two, one, boom! Explosion happens outside. It's time. This is freeform jazz.
mm.
This is the do or die. The moment's happening. The horns are going everywhere. As you all are deciding now, what are we doing? It's chaos time. So somebody go.
I am running. I have
Oh,
pulled my sawed-off shotgun from under my skirt. I have it in my hand. I am
Hmm.
charging down the stairs after Sally.
man, you were walking around with the thing between your legs?
I I usually have that experience. Yes.
Yeah, and so I would say, Sally, I'm gonna say like you're around a corner or whatever, so they're able to run into you fairly quickly after all this is happening. So
Mm,
yeah, chaos is happening now. People are moving. Lots of like people are moving. People are freaking out upstairs. You hear like a very like loud kind of calmly, carefully, everyone. We have people outside who are looking into this. Muffle as you get further down. You're in here. There's a lot of this basement is finished, and a lot of it looks kind of like tunneled in.
mm,
There's some spaces here with like hardwood flooring, lots of like lamp lighting. There's like a big. After you rounded the corner down the stairs, you made into an area. You see a kind of like a coat rack that has a bunch of the like the red cloaks and things like that for everyone to pull in as the ceremony is about to start, but no one's on, like they're all upstairs right now, so no one's seen it. There's a couple of torches that are around. What are you looking for? What are you doing right now? Remember, if you need to go back and change anything so that you have more information than you did before, this is still ocean style, so you can say
mm.
that you did something before, and then we'll roll and we'll see how it worked out so that we can get back in here.
I'm gonna say very specifically, part of what Sally has in the bundle or box or whatever she was carrying is a bunch of rags. She's put the box down, she's taking the rags out, she's got her knife kind of like on it's probably strapped to her leg inside the big pants.
Mhm.
Hopefully that won't be hard for her to get out without cutting her leg. But previously in the kitchen, she was tasked with disinfecting a counter. So very specifically, there's bigger bottles of bleach, right? There's not usually little bottles of bleach.
Mhm.
But she in while she was disinfecting that countertop, I think what she did was she tucked away, she saturated one of the rags with a hell of a lot of bleach, and she
Mhm.
kind of has it wrapped up, secured to her belt in some way. I think it was tucked into the box. She had to be sneaky about it. She didn't want to be too obvious about taking bleach. And then I said earlier that she had cleaning supplies. I think that she's got really
I'm in
she's
your
what
sheet.
she's
I'm in your
got
sheet
is
right
a
now.
huh?
I'm in your sheet right now because I'm adding in the knife I gave you. Because I
Oh,
didn't do that
perf.
before. So if you see it in edit mode, don't worry about it. Keep talking.
Okay. She has uh she actually has a little bottle of rubbing alcohol that she took from a a the kitchen first aid kit. I think she probably feigned a little cut and went to go like clean a wound and then slipped the like she's just been like smuggling chemicals into her pockets as much as she can. Um Other than that preparation, can you repaint the word picture of what she's seeing? She sees people, correct? And they're all busy in this tunneled area.
Um, I'm hang on a second. Also, I need to test this to make sure this works. All right, cool. Uh, so down here, like I said, you haven't really seen people so far. Like I said, this whole place is hardwood flooring. However, you do see a couple of areas look like they were carved into like a tunnel. Going further, this area was expanded kind of like unofficially, it
Mm-hmm.
seems, so that the people who are working, people who so that the changes themselves wouldn't have to be made available in any kind of like public planning or zoning planning. There were some unofficial changes that were made to this place to expand this room out further. Inside the hardwood flooring and like the regular areas, as you look outside of the tunnel, you see a bunch of red cloaks that are lined up, kind of in like a coat rack, coat check kind of scenario to put on the ceremonial robes before everything starts. If you there are lamps leading down further into the cavern if that's the way you wanted to go, or there
Mm-hmm.
are other spots down here. There are two other hallways you can see from where you are in here so far.
She's okay. She's going to immediately. um throw the robe over her shoulders, one of the robes over the shoulders. She's going to try her best to readjust her knife so that it's over her pants. She's got dampened rags tucked into her belt, and she's going to. Oh, she thinks maybe she should go down where the lamps are, but I think she just pauses and she looks at Johnny and at Kalki to see where they are going because she remembers Kalki saying that maybe she shouldn't dart off in directions by herself.
Uh, yeah, I think Kalki would have caught up, and at this point, like she is not too much for deception at this point because the distraction has already gone off. She would just pat Sally on the back in quick acknowledgement and run on towards the lanterns. Yeah,
All right. Also, a quick note here. I went ahead and gave you the sawed off.
thank
The
you.
way damage works is going to be a little bit funky. Uh, so
It's attached to Brawl though somehow.
Oh shoot, I'll change that. So the way it works, if you hover over it, you have different damage at different ranges. And
Hmm.
so if you hover your mouse over damage, you'll see that it gives you the actual dice roll on each
Hmm.
individual section, and then you just have to look based off of how far away they were when you shot them. So like on this roll, when you hover over it, you see that one of the rolls was a 5, the other one was a 2, and then you just had a 3. So you would pick depending on how far out it is.
Okay.
All right, and I will go ahead and uh, change that up for you real quick. All right, cool. Yeah. So starting to make your way down, we have a robe on, starting to make your way through. You got your knife out, you've got your rags and everything ready to go. Kalki, Johnny, what are you two doing now?
Mm, what kind of place is this?
And what means?
I mean, are we still looking for the book here? Is there anything here that looks like we should be checking it out?
You're still looking for the book, but there's nothing here immediately. Uh, like if
Mm,
okay, so do you guys want to make use of like something you could have done in the before time, or like something that might have been available to you based off of preparations you could have made? We can do a quick little flashback and I can give you some more information here.
Um, hmm. I
um,
think I mean so one thing like the door to the basement, right?
Hmm.
Uh, is there a padlock kind of situation or something of that sort?
But no, like the
Or
door of the basement was open. It just had security. It had like people who were kind of standing in front of it, and so you all mostly shoved your way in before the explosion happened. I'm gonna say like it happened with like enough, like close enough to where they thought about saying something. They didn't say anything to you specifically, Kalki, because you have the pin, so you were good to go. They might have looked at Johnny, but before they could get a good look at anything, the explosion went off, and because they were actual like people, they were like, "What's that?" And then you just like kept going, and they missed it.
okay,
Yeah.
is there any way that we could block/lock the door behind us?
Um. Yeah, sure. I'd say you could um so yeah, you could basically go ahead if you wanted to, and this isn't something that's gonna be hard for you, especially considering your size and how big you are. There's a table or something down there, so you could close the door and like pile the table up in front of it.
Yeah, I think actually, uh, Yeah, I think I would do that. I would kind of try and like, actually I would try and kind of break one of the tables so that like, it's kind of like, it's broken off at an angle, and I'm going to use that angle to shove that under the door so that like, it's a little more difficult than just pushing something that is a table in front of it.
Okay, roll dexterity.
All right. Do. Um, next. Oh, here. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I think I rolled
Oh, you're
wrong
on
thing.
the
Wrong thing.
sorry, I
Yeah, yeah,
changed
yeah.
your you gotta go back to skills.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
All right, perfectly on the dot. So yeah, so you managed to break the like break the legs of the door and like have them wedged in perfectly so that it's harder to get in. The working smarter, not harder in this case. And you've got some time in this barricade before anyone's able to find you.
Yeah. And I'm just like hightailing it after Sally, and running past towards where the lanterns and like there was a deeper tunnel, right? So I'm going down the tunnel. Yeah.
Okay.
Sally takes out the little bottle of rubbing alcohol and has her thumb kind of just like loosening but not opening the cap. She's got a damp rag in the other hand and she is following Kalki.
Kalki was following you.
Oh. No, I think she was waiting to see where Kalki went. Because she wasn't
Okay.
sure. She was like, can I go? And then, yeah.
Hmm. And Oz, you running behind him, or Johnny running behind him?
I'll cover you guys as and follow. Hmm, I'm just covering their uh,
Like
yeah,
their
their
exit or like their way to
exit.
return? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
you're staying put, waiting for someone to come your way.
for a little bit. But if after a couple of minutes, I guess I'll go follow.
Okay. So Sally, Kalki, I want both of you to roll listen for me.
Oh, what have you done? What have you done to my sheet?
Huh?
No, no,
Oh,
I know it's
well,
my fault. It's fine. It's fine.
okay.
I confused myself. What am I rolling? Listen?
Nice.
Listen.
Ooh, that's
Oof.
more than 10.
Okay, I'm gonna say that you hear like low chanting uh just around you, but because this is such a like a cavernous area, it's echoing off of the caverns. It could be anywhere down here. You get the feeling that you're not alone and there are already people who are down there getting the party started. But you make your way. I'm gonna say there's this one cavern that has I'm gonna keep it simple. There's a fork, left and right. You can pick one or the other and see exactly which way it's leading for you to head down to. Or actually, or I guess if you wanted to, you could roll listen again. You could push the roll if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, if you fail a pushed roll, you do suffer a consequence.
That's okay, right? That's fine.
That's
Nothing. That's
fine.
fine. That's fun, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Fun. It's fine. Okay. No. Well, I could do 10 of that,
So
right?
you can't put a
Oh
luck on a push
yeah.
roll.
Luck on a
It's
push
fine.
roll.
It'll be fine. It's
Aw.
fine. Nothing will happen.
All right. If that's the case, then hey, the party is started. So I'm going to say this. Normally, a push roll is going to be something that something happens to you as a result of the action you're taking. But because we're already letting the chaos get started, um, I'm going to say that you don't hear with any extra clarity where things are coming from, where the chanting is coming from. But you do
Um,
hear coming from the left an a skittering sound starting to encroach.
Ooh. From the left,
Mhm.
starts down to the right.
yeah, I think
Uh,
Kalki would follow.
all right. I mean, at least one of you is armed to the teeth here. So if there's something you're afraid of over to the left, I mean, you theoretically have a chance.
But our goal here is not to fight, it is to destroy our target.
Mhm. All right. So with that, you head over to the right. There are a couple of twists and turns you make your way through, and eventually you see a large open room with two people in red robes already there, lighting candles, drawing magic circles, and starting to get things ready. One of them is, I'll say, one of them is chanting, and the other one is just kind of like doing like cleaning, like doing all the things I said before, kind of like getting things ready. They turn around, they see you in a robe, and they see Kalki with the black pen, and
I will immediately shout out, we have been found out. Miss Page has instructed me to get the book and leave. Where is it? The tome must be safe.
uh I want you.
Mhm.
Oh man, this is so unfortunate that that's the name you said.
Oh no! Oh, she's in the
Oh,
room.
What's the interpersonal skill that you had?
Oh,
I have charm, I have persuade. Like, ask me, I have all of them.
Well, no, which one was the one that you put your points into?
Persuade.
Persuade. All right. So she's not in the room. However, the thing about the Court of the Beyonders that you all would have picked up on, I guess, in the notes. I'm going to say that you like backwards as you were looking through and reading the pages before we got started with this, is that everyone is brought in by like a reference of like getting in through someone else. That's part of the reason why this gala is happening in the first place, is because everyone who has a black pin got it from somebody.
Mhm.
So they say, so one of the people there is someone who was both referred to by Catherine Page and has partnered with her multiple times. And so she like pulls she pulls the hood down over. You see a woman with long dark brown hair and like emerald green eyes, like ruby red lipstick on, as she is looking. So this is one thing I know about Catherine, is that there's no way in the world she would ever, like, she would just send the those little bugs after them instead of saying we need to leave. Roll persuade for me and tell me how you try to get out of this.
Uh, okay. Let me see if first I'll make the roll, I guess.
Actually, persuade would be the interpersonal skill. There are other things you can do here. You are also armed to the teeth, so
Mhm.
like, you know, you don't have to roll that if you don't want to, but if you want to use soft power, tell me what you do here. I guess you walked
Uh,
in a line. That line has mostly been clocked. So, what is your way to get through here?
I would just like, how far away are they?
Um, let's say inside of this room here, they're probably about a good solid like 20 to 40 feet.
Yeah, I think she is looking back at the door and running forward. Six circumstances have changed. They have, and I, as soon as I'm within, like, 10 feet of them,
You
like,
shoot?
yeah. I'm doing that to get within close range and just like go bam, bam. Yeah.
Bang bang.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna say you shoot the woman who pulled her robe off, who pulled the hood off of her robe. I want you to, you know what? No, it's just go ahead and roll it. Yeah, just go ahead and roll it. I'm gonna say that you hit because it's completely surprising, and like, where was she gonna go? You pulled out a shotgun directly in front of her.
Yep.
There is no like, that's just gonna work. But go
Mhm.
ahead and roll it, and then we'll see what kind of damage you do.
All right. God damn it. Wait, 1 damage? What?
Hang on, that's
No, sorry. 3 + 3.
6 damage. Yes,
Yeah.
cool. Um, she's not dead, but she is bleeding and screaming. Like she's laying out, bleeding on the ground and screaming. The other person in front of you is now saying, is now along those same lines, going like, you're going to regret doing that. I want you to.
I will use one luck.
You can't use luck in combat rolls, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
However,
Okay.
I'm gonna, because you kind of entered us here into combat with this now. He's not prepared for this, so this is gonna be a quick round where he does something to you before he goes back to his turn.
Okay.
We're gonna assume, how much, Sally? How much dexterity do you have?
50.
Kalki, how much dexterity do you have?
45.
All right, cool. So we're going to rotate out the start of the combat in Call of Cthulhu. Works by seeing who has the most dexterity, then moving downwards and like kind of cycling through that. So on his
I'm gonna
turn,
catch up to them
hmm?
as well. I'm gonna catch up to Kalki and Sally.
Yeah. I was gonna say that actually, you being where you are actually puts you in a fantastic spot right now. So I'm going to resolve this one round of combat, and then we're going to pop back over to you real quick, Johnny. So with this, let me roll a dice real quick. Oh, I didn't mean to roll that twice. How'd that happen? Okay. Deep, colorless power energy moves through him. His hand sends off a shockwave, like something that you can't quite describe.
Mhm.
An echo blasts through your body like a loud sound, reverberating through every single one of your bones and all your organs. You fall backwards, and you also feel it. You've been marked. You are now a lot more aware of the skittering that happens in here. It feels particularly louder down here than it did upstairs. He starts to run away towards a door in the back.
I shoot him in the back.
That's going to be on your turn. Sally, what are you doing now that this has happened?
Oof. Sally's thumb flips open flips off the lid of rubbing alcohol,
Mm-hmm.
and she takes out a saturated rag soaked in bleach.
Mm-hmm.
And as she runs towards this man, she pours the rubbing alcohol onto the bleach soaked rag, making chloroform, and then and then attempts to jump and press it into his face.
Because he was on the other side of the room, I I don't know if you'd be able to close that distance quite like that.
Oh gosh.
Because the
Can she
closest
bait
person to
him to
you was
run
the one.
towards her?
So his goal is to start to run to leave. He's turning to run to leave. He's going the opposite direction of you.
She follows him.
All right. And so as you're starting to follow him, that's what you're spending your turn for. This is the last turn we're going to have here before we cut away to Johnny. Kalki, what are you doing?
I'm trying to collect myself and follow, running after.
Okay. And as you do, you start to see a pale green light emanating from around the corner of the dark hallway that you all came out of. The skittering intensifies. All right, Johnny. You have now heard a couple of gunshots down this dark hallway.
Yeah,
What are you
looks
going
like
to do?
we're Gonna have to shoot our way out.
All right, shooting our way out it is. So I'm
Yeah,
assuming you start running down the hallway.
sure. I'll pull. I got my gun out. Well, I had it out already because I was covering, and sure I'll run in there and look if somebody yeah,
Okay.
ready to shoot.
All right. I'm gonna say that you
Yeah, I'm
start
running.
running behind you. You start running, and behind you, you feel that same. You hear that same skittering from before, like like they're crawling up behind you, like they're like biting away at your ankles, like getting close to you. Uh, Within this dark hallway, you approach the same fork, left or right. Uh, you can roll anything you want to roll here to try to get some sort of sense of which direction they might have been in. That's listen, that's spot hidden. If you think Johnny would just pick one, what do you think will happen?
Uh,
Mm, uh,
Flashback.
can you do
Uh,
you mind repeating that? I cut out for a bit.
Okay. I said that you make your way through this
Mhm,
dark hallway and you start to hear the same skittering from before. It's now behind you as if the end eaters are on your tail, biting away at your ankles, chasing you further and further down here.
mhm.
You now reach the same fork in this hallway that you did before, or to the left of you, or there's a left and there's a right. They're both kind of dark. You can't really tell what's on either side. And so now Johnny has a choice. Do you think that you would try to roll listen or like spot hidden or some other skill to determine where they are, or would you
I
just
think
pick one?
yeah, I think Kalki wanted to do a flashback here.
Okay.
yeah. Could I have, like, as I was darting off, could I have, like, thrown my hat down on the ground just before I, like, went further into the right tunnel?
Yeah, sure, that's fine. So just
All right,
so you see the hat
mhm,
kind of a little bit further down.
going down to the right.
Okay. And so as you start heading over to the right, you hear the skittering now on both sides of you. There's a lot of it ahead of you, and there's some of it behind you.
Uh, Man, I just gotta keep going. I'll we'll shoot first. We'll find our way out of this.
All right.
All right, I'll just keep going there.
No problem.
I
Uh,
need to find the others.
you already had your guns in your character sheet. I don't have to change anything for you, right?
It's
No.
fine. I think it's good.
Uh,
Unless you want to give me a better gun.
I don't actually. Wait, hang on. I was the wrong person. Never mind. Combat. You got them. Okay, never mind. I don't have to do anything. Sick. Uh, Yeah, so you start running forward, and then you start to see the pale green glow of the end eaters
All
from
right,
further down
cool,
this
cool.
tunnel as they're starting to crawl over each other, and like they're like swirling, like crawling through here as a mess as they're making their way further down these tunnels. Looking at them, you might have actually have gotten the feeling that the way that these tunnels were dug out was because they used the end eaters to burrow their way down through the rest of this area. But there are about five or six of them as they are starting to like move and like follow the way
Uh,
down where you think Kalki might have gone. Sorry, were you saying something? And so yeah, I guess what we
right. Are
kind of
they in my way?
yeah, they're in
Are
front
they
of
in
you,
my
but
way?
they're moving forward, like you're moving forward and they're moving forward, but they're in front of you. So you can kind of just like keep walking behind them and hope that they don't notice you so that you can show up behind them when you meet Kalki. Or you could try to start shooting at them, but you might end up being caught between a rock and a hard place pretty soon. So which one did you want to do?
Uh, well, if my only way is to through these creatures, I guess I'll
Mhm.
start shooting.
Well, like I said, they're moving forward and you're moving forward. So you could just keep walking behind them as they move. You would just get there a little bit slower, or you could try to fight your way through. It's it's a very like if you just wait, you'll end up being there eventually because they're moving
I
too. They're
see.
moving roughly about the same speed that you are. You're just trying not to get seen before they jump you.
All right. Sure. I'll just keep moving for now.
Okay. Um, and so keeping kind of keeping this pace here. I'm gonna just roll a quick dexterity for me.
Also, storyteller, when I
Mhm.
would have run after Sally,
Is it
could I have
hard?
attempted?
Regular?
Regular.
Could I have attempted to reload the sawed off?
Sure. Yeah.
I pull the shells from my bodies.
Pop them in, ready to go. Well, it
Ooh,
was a regular success, but you you rolled a hard one anyway. Let's go. Um, yeah, and so you're able to sneak behind them, not making any noise as they make their way in, and as they pile into the entry of this grander altar room in which this ritual is about to take place. You see Kalki and Sally at the edge of the room, making their way down a larger door. Kalki and Sally, as you turn around, you'll see about six different inn eaters start piling out, crawling along the walls, a couple of them flying through as they make their way over. And right behind them is Johnny Hart, both pistols out, running, not doing anything just yet. The
uh,
gang's back together.
no looking back, only forward, only forward.
Only four?
Yeah.
Who's turn is it?
It's like, what are we doing now? What is the plans? What are the plans?
We are running after the dude who went away because, like, is wait, they would have just yeah. Like before we like went off. Like, is there a central position in this large altar room where this book could have been?
No, this altar room is very open. If there was anything here outside the people who were performing the ritual, you would have seen it.
Mm. And he's darting down the only
Yeah, it's like
hallway.
in and out. There's a back way in. There's a front way in that you came in. There's a back way out that looks like you go somewhere else through these tunnels.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't spot the book here, then where else, right? We'd be following the dude.
Mhm.
He's the only potential lead to our quarry right now.
Okay. And so we're gonna make this one a little bit of a situation here. I'm gonna say that so all of these end eaters now have caught their way onto specifically Kalki and Johnny now, as you two are the ones who are marked. Uh, they become aware that they have a mark on both sides of them. So while I'm assuming Sally, if you want to keep running after this guy, you could, as they're not really paying
Mhm.
attention to you. Kalki and Johnny, what are going to be your plans? How you decide to either herd or take these guys out right now? Johnny, let me go ahead and pull up your dex right now. Your dex is a 65, so you would go first in this scenario. Guns blazing, you have about guns blazing maybe, but you have about six of these end eaters to take care of. And again, this is still ocean style. So if you think that you might have something on you that you haven't explicitly listed in your character so far, we can feel free to run the clock back real quick and to see if maybe you had changed something for this. All right. So is that
Um,
you took a shot at something?
I hope I'm. Is this what you're asking? Oh,
I'm
okay.
asking, what is it that you are trying to do in this one moment for your turn? You
17.
could have changed something or like have something on you that you haven't listed before. But what are you trying? What is going to be your plan to figure this
Well,
out?
can I just? I throw out pocket sand,
I mean, so like
obscure their vision before I. Okay.
you'd be like roll back in time, and so then you made sure that you had extra dynamite on you in this one particular moment because you
Uh.
didn't know if there was anything else that was going to happen. Different
Okay.
like
Okay.
things
Hold on.
like
Hold on.
that. Like,
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm just trying to support Kalki.
mhm. You still with us, Oz?
I think Oz's internet connection is terrible, like huge lag.
Mm-hmm.
Uh.
What is happening right now? What the fuck?
Those are the sticks of dynamite I mentioned going off in the back.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything's happening at once.
It's actually it's what the fuck, yo? Like, bro.
Okay. Okay. Now it's connect. Okay. Now it works.
All right. So, oh, okay.
Okay.
So
Now.
yeah,
Now
Johnny,
it
I'm asking,
is.
what is your plan right now for dealing with these? What are you all? How are you going to try to do this? Are you going to roll with this shot right here, or is there another plan you're trying to? Are you going to corral these all? Are you going to take them on one by one? What are we trying to do?
Well, is there anything in here? Like, is it just a room, a big empty room, or what? What do we have in here?
I mean, it's a mostly a big empty room. There are a couple of tables and such. There's some candles and things that are about, and there's like a magic symbol, like a magic circle carved into the ground. But there's nothing like you could maybe put an offensive getting behind a table or something.
Right. I'll like grab a table and
Mm.
push it over to give us a little bit of cover and uh just sit. I'll be behind it and with my gun out, ready to shoot.
Okay, and I'm gonna say that knocking over the table or whatever that can fit within your action right here for your turn. So there's nothing you have to worry about for that, and it's totally
Okay.
like fine and easy to do. Um, Kalki, you got about six of these guys. Well, I'm gonna say half of them go for Johnny, half of them going for you. You got about three of them heading your way. Are you going back and making any preparations? Like, are you flashing back to make any other preparations for this, or are you pulling out your shotgun? What's happening?
I would have definitely pulled out another stick of dynamite from my body's holster
Mm-hmm.
and like just quickly lit it and threw it at them. Uh, um, yeah,
Okay. Um.
and I'm trying to. I would have tried to do it in such a way that the blast would kind of almost damage the entrance of the tunnel, like
Mm-hmm.
that I'm backing into, so that there's a bit of an obstruction in their path, so that maybe they have to funnel through if they survive,
So
and I will be
you're trying to leave
yeah.
Johnny in here locked in all by himself.
At this point, like yeah, yeah,
um. You know. Okay.
because
Uh.
if we get to the book first, then maybe we don't have to even we are aiding him. I don't know. I'm an author. like, like she's not a tactician. Yeah.
Fine. Hey, roll dexterity.
Oh, good lord. Okay. Uh,
Um. Okay, cool. So here's what I'm gonna say happens. You throw the stick of dynamite into the middle of this area here. Keep in mind, we are still basically underground, in a series of caverns. So you set off this explosion, and the area around you starts to shake. The ground starts to give way in particular places. A cave in is starting to happen. I'm going to say that two or three of these end eaters are hit by falling rocks and boulders as this area starts to fall down around them. Uh, the the hallway, the entranceway that you all are coming down doesn't like break down or close or anything. But this area starts to get a lot more tumultuous as like an overall uh as the caving starts to happen inside of the sorry to say this, inside of the big altar room. I'm gonna say that a bunch of rocks start to fall towards the other side. So the ones that were chasing after Johnny from the other direction are going to have to slowly funnel in. And you have taken out a couple of them, but there are still about four left in the room now. As you all are running further down them, and Johnny, there are four between you and Kalki, two heading your way.
Hmm.
They are going to get a turn.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll 4d100s. All right. Let me see what to get you all to roll real quick. Whoa. I want you both to try to roll dodge for me. Just a regular dodge.
can I put luck
You
to
cannot
this?
use luck for this.
God damn
I'll roll that. Is it regular? Okay.
Yeah, an extreme success.
All
it.
right.
Nice.
All right. So I'm going to say that Johnny, two of these end eaters approach you. They hiss and they skitter, their green eyes staring directly into you as they lunge directly towards you. You are, however, at the last second able to just completely vault over them as they crash into the newly formed rock wall behind you, and to start running past them. Kalki, you are able to briefly outmaneuver one of them as it lunges towards you. You're able to push and like throw it towards the side so it crashes into a wall and needs to like reorient itself. However, one of them does send tendrils out that like start to wrap around you. They grab you by the arm and start pulling you in, the green light intensifying further as it starts to pull you in closer, its mouth opening and a fake like neon like blue ooze falling out as it starts to make like a sound. I'm not going to go into the sound, but it says it starts to make one. You have one turn to figure this out. um I'll say you have one turn to figure out that would be technically like an opposed fighting brawl for fighting maneuver.
Okay.
Yeah. However, that is going to be on your next turn. Right now, Johnny, it is your turn. You have managed to outmaneuver both of the end eaters that are making their way towards you, running closer towards Kalki. What are you doing this turn? See, Kalki is being held by one of the anteaters as another one is like reorienting itself. What do you do here? Pause. Okay. Um, you say you're gonna shoot the creature that's holding Kalki, then go ahead and roll that for me one more time. Roll the rifle, not the rifle, shotgun. You for both your guns. Or which one do you have? Handgun, yeah. Ooh, all right. You take a couple of shots at its back, and luck is not on your side today, unfortunately. You take a couple of shots at its back, and you know, just the stress of running, the creatures behind you, and everything throw off your aim. You miss the bullets and embed themselves into the rock wall behind you. Kalki, I want you to roll for me. Um, roll strength.
Okay.
Okay. With an extreme success, you are able to grab the tendril that's on your arm and to pull it off of you. Um, it is now no longer holding on to you, but it is still basically within a melee range of you. On its upcoming turn, you get this is that I'm gonna say that was your turn and like being free from it. Um,
Yeah, I was thinking of just like, I wouldn't even have can I use this extreme success, right?
mm.
I am going to further wrap the tentacle around it and just scream into its face, "You are not an elephant!" And I'm going to fucking German suplex this thing against the ground with my weight driving it into the fucking stone behind me.
um, you know, because we're approaching the end of this game, normally that would be two different turns, but we're approaching the end of this game, so yeah, sure, fine, I'll allow it. So yeah, with that, you grab him, you grab him, you German suplex him, and there's like a little squelch as like it pops as all bugs do under enough pressure, and you're kind of like covered in like a bluish green ooze from the inside of it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, that was my turn, right? So yeah.
hmm. I mean, with that, I'm going to say that you all basically just kind of make your. I'm going to say with that because because that was the only one that was immediately on you. You're out of combat now, and all three of you are running down this hallway with Sally Hayes furthest down, trying to catch up to the guy with the guy who you're running from before. You're going to notice as you continue to make these runs, as you continue to run forward, that you have now taken 3 lefts, which if you kind of, hey, 3 lefts make a right, you're that other direction that you didn't notice that you were going to be in before. Um, there's, let's say, as you like start to make your way down through here, you see a couple of treasure rooms to like your left and your right, just like piles of money and cash and treasures and whatever that the mayor and some other of his ilk probably keep down here from their travels. You pass by another room, and one of the rooms you would see has a bunch of totems and symbols and like magic memorabilia from different cultures. And finally, further, you see, I'm gonna say this, Sally, as you make your way down further through here, you eventually see the man who you were running after before, he has the book in his hand. He's backed up against the wall. He says, don't do it. Don't come any closer.
Hmm.
I think Sally pauses. I'm going to retcon that she didn't actually pour the rubbing alcohol on the rag. Because she
Hmm.
would have only done that in like very like immediately before pouncing. He's back into the wall. Was there anything along the wall before he backed himself up there?
Nothing on the wall now.
Okay. She stands a few feet in front of him, out of arm's reach, and just goes, "Where's the book?"
He has the book in his hands. He's holding
He
like,
has the book in his hand.
yeah.
Oh, she pounces.
Hmm.
I didn't notice that part. Excuse me. No, yeah, rubbing alcohol, chloroform in his face. She's going right for it.
Roll fighting brawl.
Okay. I can't. I can't roll home chemistry instead. It's a bigger number.
Home chemistry would have been making the chloroform.
Yeah, you're right. Failure. She's so tiny.
Yeah, so he kind of dodges out the way. He starts trying to make his way out of the room now. He says, "You have no idea what you're playing with." As he's like has it in his hand. He's running like a football player, holding it like shoulders down, trying to get out of the room. And as he makes his way out, you know what? I'm gonna say, just time wise, he makes his way out, and you'll see that he bumps into you, Kalki, with Johnny Hart close behind him.
It's sorry. Go ahead.
Not no, please, you don't understand what you're working with. You don't understand what's going on here. There are plenty of things that
In the face.
Yeah, and so with that, there he is, dead on the ground.
As soon as the book lands on the ground, I'm just going to unload the second shot of the shotgun into it.
Sure. And you shoot into it, and what's the right way to say this? You shoot into it, and the pellets, it kind of burns away into like a sick green flame. Not the book, the everything you shot at it.
Right. Magic. Forces of darkness must be dealt with science. Sadie! Yeah, I. This book, it is repelling the bullets that went at it, but perhaps your chemicals would come into aid here.
Yeah. Sally takes. I don't have a tab open with chemicals you should mix. I know these off the top of my head because I know science. She takes bleach, another I think she has a little vial of bleach. Flashback. She managed to steal a little bottle of bleach. It just doesn't just have it on rags, and also has a little vial of uh vinegar. Is that what I want to make?
So wait, is Sally
No.
Hayes going to create napalm?
No. Yeah, it's something that makes it's very caustic. And I had it in front of me and I lost it, and we don't need to know exactly what the chemicals are. She has 2 household chemicals that you shouldn't mix because it gets extremely caustic and she's gonna try to melt the book.
Okay, so you just mix it and you pour it on top of the book?
Bleach is something you're not supposed to put in bleach, yeah.
Sure, okay. I
And
am going to say that you know what, yeah, let's put a bow on this one. So with that, you all melt, you start to burn through the book. The book starts to chemically disappear. You hear a loud psychic scream echoing throughout each of your minds. uh I'm gonna say that each of you roll sanity for me real quick.
Oh. That was a
Can I
fail. Oh,
can I put a luck on that one?
Nope, I'm gonna say not on this one.
Okay.
So roll a, if you failed your sanity roll, also congrats on the hard success, Johnny.
yeah.
If you rolled your sanity roll, go ahead. If you failed your sanity roll, go ahead and remove a 1d3 sanity.
What?
You failed your sanity roll, so remove 1d3 sanity.
Good lord.
Oh,
Okay.
how do how do you do the digital dices?
Just /R 1d3
Mhm.
in the chat.
1d3 forward slash R 1d3 3.
Cool.
Oh,
So
that
go
was
ahead
not
and
what I wanted.
remove that much sanity.
You both
Um,
got 3.
Is this from the total or from the current?
from the current, not from the total.
Oh,
Ah,
I think I've been removing both. Oh shit.
Hmm,
What sanity did I start out with? Fuck, I don't even remember at this point.
who knows?
Yeah,
Um,
Everyone
go
starts
ahead.
with 50.
50. All right. Cool.
uh, well, I think your sanity is equal to your power.
Yeah, 50.
Yeah. And so with that, um, we have a sort of, we're gonna end this out here. We have a very sort of kind of mixed ending here. The book evaporates, the power behind the book evaporates.
Hmm.
However, the creatures called here and summoned here are now here, kind of anchored, without any really masters to serve or anything to tie them to one thing or another. So the knowledge on how to control these creatures is gone forever, lost to whatever mad concoction that between science and magic that brought them here in the first place. However, they still kind of roam. Rickshaw falls within the next 2.5 years. People disappearing, uh, never to be seen again. Screams in the middle of the night. An eerie green that haunts every single moment the sun is down. Skittering can always be heard across the desert. However, as far as your job with the United States government is set up, it is gone. Rickshaw is no more, and the United States claims New Mexico as its own, and then sharply cordons off the entire place that no one can ever go again. And um, I want everyone here to, I mean, rolling this last little bit of sanity loss here isn't going to really do anything for you all, because there is a, because like we're not here in this area anymore. But go ahead for me, and I want to say make a dexterity roll. This is going to determine how safely you got out of here.
Ooh,
Sally
ooh,
Hayes
ooh.
successfully escaped. Johnny Hart has
Heart?
successfully escaped. Kalki Iyengar.
Well,
Kalki
regular.
Iyengar, something that you all were unaware of is
Ugh,
that this last corner that you had
that's a
yet to
big
turn,
failure.
was where they were breeding the end eaters. There was a brood right there. They were already chasing after you because you had already been marked. In I want you to tell me how you attempted to escape and then what your last stand was before you died.
I think
Hmm.
uh, I think kind of scrabbling, like, towards the thing. Uh, I I would have like I would have Johnny would have gone first, so that, like, he could probably help pull us up from this
Mhm.
kind of small little crack in the ground. Uh, and like as we kind of turned that corner and we saw the brood kind of waking up, uh, I would have yeah, basically like just uh, yeah, without this thing, she would have just like basically carried Sally and like shot put her up towards, like, the entrance, and she would have just, I would really like to get some more tea with you, and turned back and just like yeah, started blasting away, quoting John Milton, like, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, she would have just walked in as the Sally would have scuppered out.
All right. And you all would have looked at her one last time as you saw her back as she went in to take care of as many of them as she could. And then after a brief moment, you would have completely forgotten why you were looking in there in the first place. No memory of the person who you spent all this time with.
Oh,
Jesus.
oh,
Huh?
Hmm.
Hmm.
Uh, so I want you all in this very last epilogue here. Like I said, I'm going to forego the loss of sanity for technically doing what you came here to do, but not in the ways you wanted to. And tell me, epilogue wise, what do your characters do now? We'll start with you, Johnny. What do you do first? What do you do now from here on?
Well, you know, hmm, I think I played a really good uh, piano in at the party, so that's got to open doors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get me another job, piano player, entertainer. I do kids parties. I
Mm-hmm.
do
Okay,
birthday
cool.
parties.
You
Yeah, and he's just trying to forget uh, the memory of those creatures, those anteaters.
mhm.
Uh, you know, he just doesn't want to look back.
Okay. I'm gonna say that you, like I said, you managed to safely pull yourself away from this. You moved far away from Rickshaw and where it used to be. But every night, right before you go to sleep, you have a hard listen because you could swear you hear a skitter somewhere out in the distance.
Hmm,
S-
you ain't gonna
So,
get me. I'm gonna keep running.
Sally, what do you do? What is your epilogue here? Sorry,
could I,
Oh yeah.
go for it,
could
Kalki.
I, could I have done one last flashback?
Sure.
I took the Knights of Ouroboros very seriously, in that I would not like to have been forgotten. I would have written a letter to Sally Hayes, saying that if you're reading this, I have no longer part of this mortal coil, but I would not want myself to be forgotten. And so I would have given, and there would have been a parcel attached to that, which would have
Mm-hmm.
been the the first draft of my latest and last book,
Mm-hmm.
which would have been yeah, wandering into the shadow desert, uh, yeah, Tales of the Shadow Desert.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Sally, this is left behind for you now. What is your epilogue? How do we see Sally before she goes off into the sunset?
I think she returns back to the headquarters of the Knights of the Ouroboros with a bittersweet sense of victory that she can't put her finger on exactly. She knows that the threat is still there, but at the very least, they're not being intentionally wielded against other members of the community. There's still work to be done, but that could be thought about later. It's very overwhelming, and I think in her overwhelm, I think she goes to wherever they set up places for people to rest. She kind of um she goes to change, thunks down her bag, and hears that clunk of the clay tile, the wall tile, the mural tile that she had been given before.
Mm-hmm.
And she realizes she doesn't really have a use for it, but she knows that she's not supposed to put it back in the wall. And I think the as she's like taking the tile out, setting it aside, the note from Sammy slips, it kind of like flops open, and she can see the information that's no longer useful to her because it would have just led her here to the Knights of the Ouroboros. But she remembers him saying, if you wake up the next morning and something feels wrong, read this. She sees a tile, she sees a note next to it, and feels compelled to go to the wall to look at the tiles. She doesn't know why, but that's when she finds the note and the book.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when she gets the realization that that bittersweet feeling she had been feeling had been the void where her memory of Kalki used to be. And she can't quite remember. It's not the emotional memory, it's not the connection, but it's as though she was reading Kalki like she had been a character written in her book, like a favorite fictional character.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's that knowledge that there's something more that she's never going to get back. That's what dissolves her into tears. And she spends quite a while just knelt in front of the mural, clutching the book and the letter to her chest, just sobbing.
And on our final note, Kalki, the last thing you saw was an infinite row of teeth and bladed arms and green lights tearing you to shreds. And then you awoke. The Shadow Desert is much like our world. Everything looks the same except for there are things that are slightly different. There's a green moon shining down upon you at all times. The air feels a bit off. Everything feels inverted and different for you. However, you now feel that you are bound here, that this is where you are to wander for the rest of eternity. You see an area, maybe rickshaw, out in the distance. And the more you walk towards it, the more distance it feels like this put between you. You feel as if you always constantly have to run. You hear the skittering, you hear the crawling, you hear the anger behind the endwalkers as you are now in the realm in which that they have called home. And this is where you will be until the end of time as we understand it, constantly on the run, trying to find some shelter in an area that will never provide you any. And that's been our game.
How dare you?
All of Cthulhu.
Mm.
Yeah.
How do we feel after that?
How many sanity points do Aisha and Elise still have after this? That's my question.
uh, uh,
Roll for sanity.
uh, I mean, look, you all came out. You did exactly what you came out to do. The monkey's paw curled.
You did say that one time, didn't you? You did say monkey paw curl.
You know, I did. I
Hmm.
said a couple times, wait, there are forces here that you don't understand, and you guys killed that guy.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
Funny thing is, I actually didn't kill anyone. Uh, like my best skill, and I failed every time.
Oh no, no, you got a hard success at some point with the
Yeah,
cape
hey,
weapon.
look, you got to
Dexterity,
accept.
yeah, dodge, dexterity. Damn, I didn't get to
Yeah.
shoot anyone.
Oh.
How hilarious is that? That's ridiculous.
Hey, you know,
Whew.
it worked out. At least you made it home.
Did it work out? Did it work out, Crimson? Did
I
it?
mean, hey, it worked out for him. He made it home. You know, he might still be marked, but who knows? He might have his whole life ahead of him. Actually, no, he
Trust
definitely
me,
has his whole life ahead of him, however long that is.
for Call of Cthulhu, this is a happy ending.
Yeah.
Believe me.
All right. And so with that, hang on. I gotta make sure I pull this up again. Um, and so with that, I have been your GM. I'm going to let everyone else give their final introduction, exit for who they are, who they played, and where you can find them. Let's start with you, Oz.
Hi, call me Oz, and I've been playing Johnny Hart in this game. Uh, yeah, I guess I'll direct you over to itch.io where I have some material up, some fan made playbooks and fun stuff for Monster of the Week. So if you are into Monster of the Week, check it out. There's some free stuff there. Look for WAMARI.itch.io. And I'm also part of a group that's doing some content on YouTube. We've got an episode out of a new series that's called Creepy Cascadia. It's another Monster of the Week game, and some creepy things going on in what seems to be a perfect American town in the Pacific Northwest. So please check it out. Go to YouTube and search for Creepy Cascadia. All right, I'm good. Let's go over to Chanel Lee's.
Hi. I'm Chanelise.
It
I'm
rhymes with
not
please
opening a.
and
It
cheese.
rhymes with cheese, and I didn't just open a script. It's fine. I'm an actual play performer, and I'm the community manager of Anansi's Web, the Black Actual Play Creator Network, which is a supportive community of Black actual play creators, both experienced and aspiring. The application for Anansi's Web's Discord server can be found by following the link on my link tree, which is linktr.ee// CHANELLELIZE, that's Chanel Lees without the hyphen, where you'll also find my streaming schedule, my actual play VOD portfolio, and other Chanel Leesy things. You can find me pretty much anywhere online at Chanel Lees, with or without the hyphen, depending on the website, because some websites don't let you put a hyphen in your username, and I think that's bullshit. And coming up in the new year, I will be DMing for the very first time, running The Hunt for the Timbermancer, a Dungeons and Dragons 5e adventure written by Abria Iyengar. And my next guest appearance will be right here on Nerds with Dice playing Wander Home on Sunday, December 21st at 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 Central, and I will see you then.
All right. And finally, Adi, take us home.
Hello, people of the internet. I have been Adi MK, and I will not continue to be Kalki Iyengar because she's dead. Uh, she's not even dead. She's, yeah, fate worse than death.
Mhm.
Um, but you can find me at Adi MK on Blue Sky and YouTube, and Noonlight Creations on Instagram, where I put up some of my art and stuff. Um, I For the rest of the year, there's a couple of places where you will find me. I'm part of a yeah. I'm going to be on live with the Apocalypse, uh, live from the apocalypse. Sorry, I will be playing License to Cheer sometime on the 23rd, 22nd, something. I can't think right now. My brains are kind of scrambled. Um, and you will find me at Sword and Key as well. And tomorrow around uh, 7 again EST. I think I will be doing a Final Girl game with Rollers Joint. But otherwise, you can find me at Francis Tables in the new year, where we will hopefully be re-continuing our Blades of the Dark campaign, Murky Days, and Duskwall. Um, yeah, but that is it from me. Crimson Soul, the storyteller who killed me in my first Call of Cthulhu game. Take it from here.
All right. My name is Crimson Soul. I have never done anything wrong. You can find me here at twitch.tv/Crimson Soul _ where I normally stream art and whatever games I can get my hands on. I don't have any AP planned for the rest of the year, but a couple projects coming up pretty soon that I am excited to get started with. You can also find me at Blue Sky at crimsonsoul.bsky.social. So we have, what's today's date? 2018. Sunday the 21st, 11 a.m. Central Wander Home, a Seasons of Interlude at 10. No. And then, sorry, no, interlude followed by Thirsty Sword Lesbians, All Ace and Anthology at 2 p.m. Central, and we're raising money for Feeding America all month. Find more Nerds with Dice adventures on YouTube, where you can watch our saved VODs. Stay updated on everything Nerds with Dice by subscribing to Nerds with Dice on Blue Sky. And if you have a story to tell, or you wish to showcase a game, our creator app is always open and can be found on Blue Sky, or you can ask for a link in our Discord. And once again, thank you all for watching. This has been Wild West Call of Cthulhu, like you were never here. Take care, and we'll see you all some other time. Bye.